We are being watched in Nigeria. We are being watched in Uganda. We are being watched in Nairobi. We are being watched all over Turkana. We have Turkanas who are outside Kenya wenye wanafuatilia these debates that we've been doing. Us is just a build-up. We are trying to see from yesterday MP's debate to today's MCA's debate. We started with Songot Ward. We only got one MCA. We don't know what happened to the other ones. Then we came to the Letea Ward. We also got one. Then we went to Kalobeye. We got one. We've been waiting for the MCAs of these other wards, Lapur, Nanam, and no one came. So as we are building up for the grand finale, the KAKUMA Municipality MCAs debate, we expect, ama tunatarajia, how my MCA, most of them, all of them will come. But as we are doing a build-up, mimi naomba jamaa yangu ndio political analyst leo atuambie from yesterday's debate, yeye kama mkaazi wa Turkana West alifeel aje. Bro, majina, mimi naitwa Sultan Lawala Nyangalima. For those who don't know me, you can follow me on Facebook. You follow me on Instagram. I'm all over. Na mimi ni resident wa West. Karibu bro. Unaitwa nani?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Mi naitwa Lojore Jackson. I'm a renewable energy graduate engineer.
Eish.
Hapo karibu hapo hivyo.
Lovely. So brother, from yesterday's debate, jana tumekuwa na MP's debate. Did you expect all the MPs watakam ama you knew watakam? What was your reaction?
My expectation was so high.
Yes.
I expected our 6 MP aspirants to be present. I expected Mheshimiwa FPO to be in attendance, which she did. Mheshimiwa Losike, but he didn't show up. I expected Mheshimiwa Lokaru, he didn't show up. I expected Mheshimiwa Benja, he did well, he was in attendance. I expected Mheshimiwa Hake, he did well, he was in attendance. And finally, I expected Mheshimiwa Aloto, who was also absent.
Shida ilikuwa ni nini? Were they scared of coming for the debate ama walikuwa busy? Because we reached out to them. Shida ilikuwa nini? Gumzo mtaani inasemaje?
Okay, on my opinion, or to give my own opinion, yes. I can say without fear of contradiction, the 3 aspirants who failed to show up on yesterday's debate, I can say the debate, they were not facing, or the professionals in front of them.
Yes.
It is like a waste of time. That's my assumption.
That is your own opinion.
Yes. Those are the reasons as to why some of them yesterday, the Okawana, maybe they are not going to attend.
True.
But 2, sometimes, incompetency of a candidate,
yes,
scares him or her to face the people who are going to ask him or her questions on what he or she has done in the past.
In the past.
Yes.
But from the look of things, this debate was brought courtesy of Turkana West professionals and ACDO. They're the ones who told us to come and do debate on behalf of the Turkana West professionals. And they reach out to these people. But if the candidate don't want to respond to questions, as you say, that you guys will ask them, then why are they looking for votes? Why do they want to become your leaders? Yet, in their money, it's full of, it's full of honey, it's full of asali. Kuna a lot of vitu tamu yenye wameka kwa manifesto zao, enye sisi tulikuwa nataka wachambulie nyinyi. So hii manifesto yenye wanapeleka wale watu wenye wako raia, those ones that are they have not gone to school vizuri, why should you have a manifesto taking there and you don't want to come and discuss it with the professions? That kind of assumption, eh? But Honorable Epuyo, Honorable Benja, na Honorable Paul, okay. To you as a person, ladies and gentlemen, poleni, we had a network breakdown. Nisaidie mic ingine. Nana, you can use this, there's no problem. Yes. So you were saying? You said the first person who was the best debater was Honorable Epuyo.
The first debater was Honorable Epuyo.
Yes.
Our number 2 come Mr. Honorable Ake.
Yes.
Number 3, Mr. Honorable Benjamin Ekuam.
Why are you rating them that way? For instance, are you a supporter of Honorable Epuyo? We might never know, maybe you're ranking him that, maybe when he support Epuyo.
I support leaders.
Okay, wow. So wewe, you've ranked them kulingana na opinion yako, right? Now, which point do you think, I'm told there's one MCA mwenye amefika, build up. We want to know, as from yesterday's debate to today's debate, what have you learned? Ni nini umeona? Should we keep on doing debates ama tulenge? Which point from yesterday's debate that you think was well answered by your opinion?
Pardon?
Is there any question that you wanted to ask and somebody asked the 3 leaders who are here and you got satisfied with the answer?
Actually, the question that was asked was about as to why Mheshimiwa Epuyo was seeking for his 3rd term.
Yes.
And the answer he gave out was he has a vision, and he has done so many things based on education, and he has so many things to do based on education still again. And he was talking about empowerment, that go back to empower institutions now to produce the quality grades for this sub-county, best students, and also he brought the answer on how he was going to advance how the service is being delivered, and how those best students or best institutions are going to be awarded. For example, those best students, how he was going to support their education going forward.
So that one was well answered to you.
Yes.
Any other question that was asked to the 2 candidates, Honorable, but you think they answered well?
Honorable Ake answered well the issue about agriculture. Honorable Ake actually has a vision on how we will utilize a place like Loyal for agricultural purposes. I think when he was asked issue more about, because he was based on issue, he was talking much about agriculture.
That is food security.
Yeah, food security. I think Honorable Ake answered that question well on how if given a chance, the issue was answered well was the issue of security.
Yes.
Both the 3 candidates answered the issue about security by, first of all, by championing for peace between the Turkana West sub-county and the 2 bordering countries, that's South Sudan, our brothers from Uganda. That Epuyo also blamed our people that it has always been us, the Turkana person, who sometimes cross the border to the other part of our brothers from Uganda or from Sudan, looking for pastures for our livestock.
Now, on the issue of health, is there any of them who tackled it well? The 3 candidates?
Not really.
On the issue of education, you said it was
education was well tackled. The education was nice.
You said earlier that you are a graduate in renewable energy.
Sure.
On your own thinking and the way issues were raised, especially I heard one Honorable Ake talked about the renewable energy. He talked about solar and whatever to pump waters in the aquifers. Do you think he touched it well?
The issue about renewable energy, Honorable Ake, I can agree with him 100%.
Yes.
He tackled that question. He won my heart. He was someone who has experience on energy. Renewable specialization.
Yes.
It is possible. Energy.
Yes.
Clean energy. That's the solarization, the wind power, the geothermals, the biomass. So how we came up with the issue of solarization or powering the aquifers.
Yes.
I think I give him a credit. It was nice and he tackled it well.
Now, are you employed?
I'm not employed.
Do you think the 3 candidates who are here or the 6 candidates that we want to employ them, will they employ you?
Actually, I can say,
amongst the 6, for instance, I know 3 of them didn't attend. But amongst the 6 candidates in Turkana West, who will create employment for the unemployed youths in Turkana West?
Employment in Turkana West without fear of contradiction has been a problem. If you don't know or your father has not been campaigning for a certain candidate and
yes,
it happens that candidate has won that election or that position, not going to secure that position no matter how qualified you are.
I love that. Now, today's debate. Who do you think and why do you think most of them MCAs? We expected to do a debate of up to 44 aspiring candidates. Funny of all, we only made 3. Songot Ward came 1 person who is the sitting MCA. Letea came the same person, a sitting MCA. Same to Kalobeye. Yet, most of these wards have too many aspirants. Too many WhatsApp. Too many that they have agenda for the people. But when we gave them a call, when we told them that we want you to come and debate with the Turkana West constituents, tell them about your manifestos, debate amongst yourselves, let's see who has the best agenda, who has the best manifesto. They didn't show up. Yet they're the same people, the same MCAs, using us, you, and the youths who are here to blog for them. Like those people who came for the debate. Will you do that?
First and foremost, my prayer was to see the Lopur Ward MCAs.
They haven't showed up. They are saying they're coming.
I've been praying hard. I don't know why are they not showing up. Because I wanted to see something from the 2 guys. Okay, fine enough. I came in when Honorable Epu was being debating, was being interviewed.
Yes.
By Dr. Logirion.
Yes.
Honorable Epu, is a man who has gone to school. He's a mogul. So he articulated these things as per his capacity. He articulated what he has done, what he was going to do. I think he was just debating well. The problem comes in whereby his competitors were not there. At least we could have gotten a space or a chance to challenge him.
Yes. But do you think what they were saying is stamping?
I only have the data of Lopur Ward because that's where I'm coming from. My village in Nakoyo. So I might not know what is taking place in Letea Ward. I might not know how devolved is Kalobeye. What has Mheshimiwa Nyanga has done to Kalobeye?
True. But being an electorate of Turkana West, automatically you know how these other wards behave, how these other wards are. For me, my vote, I switched my vote to Turkana Central. And I did that because if you look at Turkana West, me, I champion creative economy. I have been doing that for a very long time. Looking at the data, Turkana West is the second best industry, music industry in Turkana. None of the leaders in Turkana West are talking about creative economy. If you go to other places, if you go to Tanzania, you find Diamond, who is making millions of money through music industry. He owns a TV, he owns a radio. He's being endorsed with big corporations. Same thing happens to most of the artists in TZ. Why? Because their leaders took creative economy as a part of creating jobs for the unemployment youths who are in their area. Funny thing, if you go to Nairobi, he's a leader now. He's making money through music. You see the likes of Kineri Komondi. They've been given that space. Coming to Turkana, especially Turkana West, there is a time we went viral. I wish some of the artists were here. We went viral, artists in KAKUMA, from the host community, when they being invited to come and perform with the refugees. And this is a bitter truth. This is a bitter pill. These artists, some of them have been used by the NGOs. We know them. You know Young Courageous. Started rapping when he was 9 years old. He has nothing up to now. The like of Scooby Linkos. They've been given the opportunity. They go there. They write concept, everything. Then, the most funny thing, and I wish some of them were here to clarify if I'm lying, there is a time an artist in Turkana West was going and perform with the refugees, and they were given biscuits. Biscuits. You know, Turkana 20 years ago was food for work. You work, we give you food. That has shifted from the normal norm into now the creative industry. Our leaders trained here as a basketballer. Doesn't talk about creative industry. So I moved my vote. I said there is no need of me voting for people who are not seeing what I do. I took it to Turkana Central. In Turkana Central, we've been in logheads with the member of parliament there, the government and everything, raising our minimum, how do you call, the minimum pay for an artist. From 0 shilling, for you to perform in any club or any concert, you should be given at least 10,000 shillings. That is what artists in Lodo are doing. And that's why you see them, if they come to KAKUMA, they look like they've come from New York. Yet, KAKUMA industry, you have the NGOs. You have the mother NGO, which contracts another NGO to do things, the entertainment things. You find the artists in Turkana West, wakienda huko ni story. They come back here. Our leaders who are supposed to protect the interest, especially a creative economy. Na ujue creative economy, town bila entertainment. See town. You go to Lodo. Lodo is becoming Kenyan hub of entertainment because there are clubs, there are concert areas. Come to KAKUMA. There is Nakosi. Only. Bullseye ilifungwa. Our leaders see, and especially we who are here, our parents, our brothers, our sisters who are here, they see creative economy ni utiaji. Huyo kijana ameharibika. Huyo kijana anavuta bangi. Huyo kijana anafanya hivi. That misconcept that we have for our people. Yet if you go to other places, Bahati, who wants to become an MP, he's a filthy millionaire in KAKUMA. Tell me which artist from KAKUMA ngoma yake inachezwa Kitale. That's why I switched my vote. and I took it to Turkana Central. Now, KAKUMA, yesterday, all the MCAs plus the MCAs who are coming, you as a person, tell me artist in Turkana West.
Thank you, Sultan, for your question and for your clarification on creative industries. I wish to start by saying our creative industry as a county or a sub-county is doing well.
Thank you.
The problems comes in whereby we lack a policy of the artists.
Yes.
To say so. Put for example Turkana County at large.
Yes.
The only leader who has come out clean to support to creative industry is Mkombozi. He has supported you here. He has supported Balozi on the other side.
Very true.
And he has supported so many.
And that is in Turkana Central, bro.
That is in Turkana Central. How I wish Mkombozi could have extended his service or his help to all other sub-counties. He also has to come to Turkana West to support the likes of the young Rangers, to support the likes of Ali Boy, to support the likes of, you know, we have so many good artists here. We have so many artists here. Like Santos, you know.
Very true.
The issue again with you artists is that sometimes it is not talent. Peer pressure sometimes forces you artists. Mtu ana talent. Tuseme tu ukweli, mtu ana talent.
True.
Kwa sababu ameona Balozi anaimba na rafiki wa Balozi, yeye pia anaanza sasa usanii sasa anaanza kufanya hivyo. So the next day unamuona kwa stage anasema ni msanii. Then the other day anasikia kuna show inafanyika KAKUMA 3, anaambia wenye wana organize hiyo show, mimi pia nitakuja, mimi ni msanii, mimi pia nitakuja. Ndio maana akienda pale akiambiwa kuja, anapewa biscuit. Angekuwa na standard.
Yes.
Angekuwa na standard.
Yes.
That all our artists are being managed in a central place or guided by a certain policy. Ingekuwa somehow.
But when we talk about policy, we had a meeting in 2020 February. We went to the County Assembly of Turkana. We had a meeting with the Honorable Right Speaker, Erastus Lokale, on the issue of policy. The people who are supposed to create that policy before it goes to the national government is the County Assembly of Turkana. I am telling you this for fact and free. Every time we go protest in Tombonglore, why our artists are not being paid well, why our artists are not being given them a good number for them to perform. The same MCAs who didn't show up here, who will not maybe show up, are the ones who take the Tombonglore and drop it to another, something like disaster. They say the money that was meant to pay the artist, that the ministry allocated for Tombonglore, the MCAs took that money and take it to the Ministry for Disaster. They put it in disaster and management. They say the MCAs who are not coming here, who are not coming to debate with us. I'm always personal. They are the same people who will want to come here, tell us to vote for them, tell us we want you to change the creative industry, we will help the artist. When they go to the assembly, they don't create policies that we are talking about to protect this artist. Question is, why are we electing the MCAs? The only thing they are discussing at the assembly is one, allocation of budget to one ministry, allocation of budget to this, allocation of budget to the other one. And that is why we are trying to change the mindset. We are trying to change the whole concept. The MCAs that we want them to come here, we have to grill them. We have to know, huyu mtu ni mtu aina gani? Huyu ni mtu leo akienda kwa assembly ataongea masilahi gani? Am I getting too loud with that?
No, I'm just keen. I'm keen.
So,
getting you.
That was on creative industry. I think maybe that topic most. I captured when Honorable Fosongotward was debating with Dr. Logiron on the issue of health. There is a guy who asked a question about the female ward and the male ward. That hiyo dispensary yenye iko huko, you find sometimes wanawake na wanaume wanawekwa pamoja. The MCA said, rather than talking about the female ward, I don't know if anyone who was here alicapture hiyo. I don't know. Maybe hukuwa. Funny thing, when we talk about health, we are seeing every day kwa WhatsApp kuna mtu fulani amededi na every day kwa WhatsApp kuna mtu fulani amededi na kuna mtu fulani amededi na kitu fulani. If you come to Turkana West, if it wasn't for the Catholics, we wouldn't have a hospital. It's the Catholic who did it. Then came 2013, when the Turkana County was now independent to do their own things. But we are still depending on KAKUMA Mission Hospital. Yet, in the hospital that was given to us, the public hospital, iko tu sijui kama walimaliza kujenga. I don't know. Ninyi ndio mtatuambia. Now, for instance today, KAKUMA Mission Hospital decide wafunga hospitali ikuwe lodging, ikuwe hoteli. The whole of this sub-county, including Lopiding, inakimbilia hapa. So our MCAs, when we elect them, first priorities zao inafaa iwe kwanza ni health. True or false?
It is true.
The conversation we are having since yesterday, when it comes to health, is very minimum. Questions we are asking are personal questions. We are not asking community-based questions. Those are the questions I was expecting when coming to this debate. Tutakuwa naongelea. Ama ulikuwa unafilaje?
Health is one of the sensitive part of discussion. Let me start by saying we all know the role of the area of the member of parliament. One of his role or our roles is oversight, right?
Yes.
The same role of oversight goes to our MCAs. If an health institution has shortage of staffs, insufficient fail, is our leader. And our leader, for example, as a sub-county, the top leader here in a sub-county is area MP. He has to exercise his role of oversight.
Where at the national level, because health is devolved.
Yeah, true.
Health is dealing, it was devolved. It's counted, it's the MCA.
It is true. I was coming to the MCA part of it. On MP, his oversight comes in whereby when he gets complaints from the MCA,
yes,
or from the residents of that location of his sub-county,
yes,
he has to act.
Yes,
he has to act as a leader and to inquire or to ask more questions as to why those complaints are rising up.
Thank you.
An area MCA, I can say, Sultan,
yes,
sometimes the problems comes in is we voters, we sometimes make a lot of mistakes. We do elect dealers. Take for example, if a ward has something like 7 village units, and it happens on side or we are not on favor of this candidate that has won.
Yes.
Those 3 village units, I'm telling you, they are going to suffer forever.
Asante.
MCA is not going to oversee.
Let me cut you short. I'm told the MCAs have. towards the KAKUMA Municipality MCA debate. And I'm seeing the moderator is here. We will take this conversation. After this, we might have this conversation one-on-one with you guys tomorrow before we leave. Thank you so much for those who have come. The MCAs wamekuja. Karibu sana daktari.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana.
Good morning KAKUMA.
Thank you so much.
Good evening KAKUMA. Welcome to Chocha TV. Today we have KAKUMA World MCAs debate starting now. Coming in is our incumbent MCA, Honorable Lawyer Rod. Please clap for our incumbent MCA. Welcome, sir. Have a seat. Next on the queue is Emanikor Daniel. Clap for him. Follow Ruka Julius. And finally, Peter Emuria. Peter Emuria, welcome. Please, let's clap for him. You can sit anywhere. It is a random sitting. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This show is courtesy of Turkana Waste Professionals and ACDO. It's an initiative of Chris Erukudi, Peter Ekutan, and the team from. We are privileged to be your host. My name is Dr. Teokolo Giron. This guy is called Sultan, the son of Lonyangalima, one of your own. Very well. Our candidates, welcome. Feel privileged to interact with your voters. This is an opportunity for you to express yourself, to tell your voters what you have in store for them for the next. Communicate your issues appropriately. We will use 3 languages accepted in KAKUMA Ward: English, Kiswahili, and Turkana. Do not be intimidated. I am your brother. I am here to help you through. So to start off, order. I am the owner of the microphone here. Order please. Order please. I want to read a riot act. The rules and regulations that will govern this debate. First of all, we had invited 6 of your aspirants. 2 are missing in action. I don't know why. We did today 3 debates. We did for Letia Ward, we did for Songot Ward, Kalobeye Ward. Lokichogio, missing in action. Nanam Ward, missing in action. Lopur Ward, we have 1 candidate. We will interview him later. But for now, 4 candidates are here. We will take them through the interview. To start with, I would wish to share the rules and regulations that will govern this debate. For you candidates, put off your phone or put it on flight mode. 2 minutes or 5 minutes to respond to the issues that will be raised by the moderators or the plenary. either 2 minutes or 5 minutes. I'll be guiding you on how to answer those questions and how to maintain your. Avoid shouting to each other. Reduce emotions. If you are armed, please surrender your gun. It will be in safe custody. Do not use vulgar language. We are all sons and daughters of KAKUMA Ward, Turkana West, and to be specific, we are all Turkana. So stop using vulgar language. And to you, our dear fans, no shouting, no clapping, just stamp your feet. We are not here to compete who has brought more. I will be non-partisan. Of course, I am a Fota in Kapedo Primary School, which is not in Turkana West. I will only offer services required. I will be guided by professionalism and the code of ethics. I am more drunk than you. So if you are drunk, please give me your time. If you are a hired hooligan, I am a bouncer. Please, hooliganism is out of here. Do not shout at my friends here. We start from the extreme end. A quick introduction. Tell us your name, your academic qualification, your job experience, your party. If you also want to tell us whether you are married or not, please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. I am James Lolele Karan, MCA KAKUMA Hot sitting, defending a seat for 2022. I have a diploma in Kenya College of Commerce and I completed my primary education in Lower Ranga Primary School. That is 1989. I went to Lokore Pioneer as a pioneer. First, when Lokore was open, and I dropped out in Form 3. Then I went back again to Form 4 and I completed my secondary education in a private school. I am filing now in a UDA ticket. And my ambition is, I started fighting or looking for this seat since 2002. This 2002, and I lost 3 times. And since there is a Nobel or one of the learned person that if you want something, you must have this. Then number 2, you must work hard. Despite the fact that I lost 3 times, still I had a desire to lead the people in KAKUMA Hall. So I kept on. I did not give up. 2017, the people of KAKUMA in Turkana West sub-county decided to give me this opportunity as an MCA. My manifesto.
We will come to that, Honorable. It's only introduction. We will come to the manifesto.
Thank you very much.
Which party?
I say I am in UDA.
Very well.
Party.
Much obliged. Let's
Okay.
proceed. A quick introduction. Tell us your name, your job experience, and maybe your party, and tell us whether you're married or not.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Emanikor Ekale, a resident of KAKUMA, Nayinemeyan village. I'm a member of the county assembly as an independent candidate. My symbol is Ateger. In my academics, currently I'm ongoing students undertaking masters in development studies. My first degree I did at Kibabi University, that is social works and community development. My secondary education I completed at KAKUMA Refugee Secondary School. Primary level at KAKUMA RD Zone. My work experience, I started working as an incentive staff at NCCK. I joined IRC in 2013 as a HIV testing counselor. In 2014, I joined County Assembly of Turkana, where I worked as a clerk assistant. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Yes, proceed. Proceed. Go to the last seat. Mheshimiwa, ile kiti ya mwisho. Daniel. I want everyone to be comfortable. Mheshimiwa, to the next seat. Yes. I think everyone is comfortable. Very well. Please come in. Unaitwa? Unaitwa nani?
Gilbert Opos, Lopur Ward.
Lopur Ward.
Yes.
No, we are not doing Lopur Ward sahi. Kaa tu hapa, tafuta kiti hapa.
Kiti, eh?
Yes.
Pesa ngapi?
That is Lopur Ward. We are doing KAKUMA Ward. Please proceed with the introductions. Pardon? You choose what you want. What makes you comfortable? You can stand up or...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen in KAKUMA. I am married and with 6 children, who some are voters in this coming August election. I'm a graduate of a school where graduation is never postponed based on missing marks. That is the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I graduated in the year 2005, and I have worked in several capacities in different areas. Served many Kenyans, many other people who come from other different parts of Africa. This evening, I'm your candidate. I'm contesting on the MCA ticket. Kindly vote for Peter Emuria Ekiru. Thank you.
You want to stand or you want to sit? Very well. If you're okay with sitting, proceed. Tell us about yourself.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Good evening. My name is Julius Lokruka Win. I'm a resident from Napibabat village in Nayenemeyen, Morungole sublocation. I went to primary in KAKUMA Mix. I started for my KCPE and then later joined Lodo High School, sat for my KCSE. And later on did a bachelor degree in finance at Kibabi University, and I'm here to do Masters in Entrepreneurship. That is about the qualifications on education. I'm married for a period of 12 years with one wife, 4 children. Also, I am in ANC party. Thank you.
What order? You want to be an MCA Kakuma Ward. What are the 3 functions of an MCA? That is question 1. Question number 2. How well do you know Kakuma Ward in terms of population, registered voters, polling centers, and the geography of Kakuma Ward? That means it stretches from where to where. Proceed.
Thank you. MCA has 3 jobs. That is representation, legislation, and oversight. And coming to the issue of Kakuma is a registered number 617 as far as the ward is concerned. And coming to speak, Kakuma has 33,539 population, Kenyan, which are up to 160,000. Is the people that doesn't have the IDs under the benefit of the UN. When we come to the issue of the geographical, Kakuma is 1,577 square kilometer round, and it is surrounded by 3 sublocations. That is, we have Nadapal sublocation with 19 villages, we have 5 villages, and we have Taraj. That is an extension of Locharange Rengo with 27 villages certified. And back to you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Julius. Order. Order. Peter, if you agree with what he has said, you just say, I agree with this, I don't agree with this. Please proceed.
On the side of population, I don't know whether you are asking him about the registered voters or you are asking about population.
I said, what is the population? Stretches from where to where? The geography of Kakuma and the smaller units, if you know. If you agree with what he has said, please concur.
Okay. I think he has noticed where he did not say. Like we have population of 12,412 voters for Kakuma.
That is Kakuma Ward. Yeah, much obliged. Please proceed. Emanikor. Please use the other one if that one is...
I agree with what he has said.
They have said.
Yes. What I will only add is the administrative units. Kakuma is comprised of 5 administrative units. That is Komdei, Nadapal, Lorengo, Pokotom, and Morungole.
Which administrative units? Electoral or administrative?
Administrative.
Very well. Anything you want to add, Mheshimiwa?
What I want to is about the population. The Kakuma census 2019 is about 139,844. Kakuma, strange from here, on this other side, it is about 4 kilometers square. That is on the side bordering Lopuri Ward. And the registered voters is about 12,227 with 16 and 4 administrative unit. That is sublocation, with 1 sublocation which is Kakuma location. So it has smaller unit which is Taraj sublocation, Nadapali sublocation, and Morungole sublocation.
Point of correction. Kakuma Ward has 12,182, not 12,237. Yes.
Do you agree with that, Peter?
The other correction, is on.
Order, order, order.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come here to listen to our leaders. Tafadhali, tutulie, let them grill themselves. Wewe, fungua masikio. We are here to listen to the debate.
Tuwasikize ama tufunge mkutano?
Santeni.
Sasa nyinyi mnataka tusikize nyinyi ama wao? Na si mtu ana haraka, tungeanza juzi. Peter, what did you have?
I think Mheshimiwa forgot to differentiate between polling centers. But those 16 polling centers are not stations. What is a station? What is station is what we refer to as streams in a polling center.
You are entitled to your opinion.
Yes.
Do you have anything to add?
Maybe I correct the issue of voters. The exact voters, as far as the statistical mathematics is concerned, is 12,000.
No, next time when I come in the next set of questions. To start with you, Mheshimiwa, tell us your 5 that you plan for KAKUMA. You have 5 minutes to share your 5 key agendas. Your time starts now.
One of the key agendas I have for KAKUMA is about water. And this agenda, the agenda number 1 I have for KAKUMA is about water, which of it was even 2017. When I was asking the people in KAKUMA Hod to put me in, the agenda represented number 1 was about water. And when I came in, KAKUMA before had a crisis of water. People from KAKUMA Hod have been drinking water from the river throughout. Therefore, when I came in, the first thing I did was to make sure the people of KAKUMA, they have gotten water. The group that was managing water in KAKUMA, first of all, I break down that committee, which was actually putting water as a business. I break down the committee. Number 2, water in KAKUMA, there was not a problem, but the problem was management that was there.
You have 3 minutes.
No, please, I am.
You have 3 minutes, Mheshimiwa. I told you 5 minutes. Please use your time appropriately.
Fine.
Unless you want us to sleep in
Right
this hall.
now, KAKUMA had a connection of about 280 households connected to tap water. But right now, 920 households have drinking tap water and they are connected tap water in their houses. So there was a lot of improvement when I came in. The next agenda that I have for KAKUMA is about education. County bursary. The student without any problem at this moment, which has been a problem in KAKUMA before I came in. Number 3 is about health sector. Right now, when I came in, I was actually dealing with incomplete projects in KAKUMA. It's about dispensary that are left without incomplete. Now, people are now going for treatment. Those clinics. And more so, one crucial issue that was actually a challenge in KAKUMA is about a mortuary in KAKUMA, which is so the health sector, I have improved a lot. The maternity wing is complete. A laboratory is complete. And some structures are complete.
You have 1 minute.
On the other development, there was another crucial issue which was a challenge for the people of KAKUMA. And that is, people in KAKUMA
Order.
go to Lodwa for KRA, NHIF, and so many other things that are needed in KAKUMA. So the residents of KAKUMA, by tens of on 9th August, the residents of KAKUMA will never be going to Lodwa to look for any document. Number 5 is an advocacy for the residents of KAKUMA. Therefore, if you look all these projects, KAKUMA, I found it empty.
Thank you for using your 5 minutes. You exceeded by 1 minute. We'll come to this end. Honorable Julius, 5 key agendas that you plan for KAKUMA Ward.
Okay, thank you. Mine are 5 with an AOB part of it that will make it to be 6. We have the issue of water. We are still buying water. So I need to come in so that I ensure that water in KAKUMA is under free payment. That is for domestic and lively stock use. For the issue of agriculture, I want to revive agricultural sectors that we are yet to train people on the issue of the seedlings and remove all of the matenge, that is prosopis, in our agricultural lands. And the issue of health, we have to ensure there are ambulances, that is Nadapal, Morungole, and Tarach. That is the implementation of what I want to do in the coming session. And also to ensure free medication. Instead of you coming to the chemist for the drugs, you get your drugs at the county hospitals. For the issue of education, education is the poorest in Turkana West, that I want to start with my ward in KAKUMA, whereby I have to ensure that my people of KAKUMA are well educated, so that as we look for jobs of the young people around, by giving them some boxes and mattresses, and maybe paying some school fees to a few of them. And I'm yet to do more as far as the time is concerned. Coming to the issue of the youth and women empowerment, I am an investor. I had a guest house previously and it got banned. I changed the business into the water production. It's called Oasis. It's an initiative that we want the Turkana West people, especially KAKUMA, to own it. We are giving out water for KAKUMA people through mineral water. So I will prefer that you buy, because it is coming from a visionary leader. Coming to the women, we've empowered the women who are using the mamamboga kind of aspect to the point we want to empower them to realize that they are able to feed their family without. Lastly, also coming into the real issues, I want to assist our financial statements as far as CDF and bursary is concerned. The recent report is talking about the qualified report. As a professional accountant, having a qualified report is a bad record in our Turkana West. So we should see, will mean that the MP will be answerable to our government and to our community on how the money was spent. And I read some reports which were not good to my consuming kind of aspect and to the rest of us, that that wasn't good for us. The other thing that I'm coming in as a AOB is about the 50% for the host and 50% for the local as far as the UN is concerned. That was the agreement earlier on in 1992 or something. The last one is about 70% for the host and 30% for the refugees. We are coming into that so that we see the host is anyone, be it a Kikuyu, be it a Luya, be it what, that stays as far as Turkana West is concerned. Non-host is anyone that comes away from Turkana to know the kind of the geographical sites and everything about Turkana West. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We jump to Omakada, then we finish with you. Emanikor, 5 key issues
Thank you, Dr.
that are priority in your agenda for KAKUMA.
The first one is food security. As you all are aware that KAKUMA population is large, and most of the people residing here are poor. So what I will do, if given this opportunity, I will ensure, because when you look at the farms that our mamas used to cultivate, and some of these farms have been infested by prosopis. So if given this opportunity, I will ensure will be through clearance of prosopis. And all of you are aware that with farms, sites like Loyal, Kabulit, Nabek, Nakwasuguru, Lopedekit, Natir 1 and Natir 2. Number 2, I will ensure water is a failed through drip and the construction of water reservoirs. The third thing I will do is that I will mobilize NGOs that are within here, or even the county government and national government, so that they supply seedlings to our people, so that they may continue the cultivation. On education and skills development, the reason as to why parents take children to school is to eradicate poverty and hunger. And as you all are aware that the Turkana people currently are embracing education. There are a higher number of. So if given this opportunity, I will at least build 1 village polytechnics in KAKUMA to cater for skills development. Number 2, I will build more ECDs, especially in the remote field ward. And this one will start from the county assembly, because that is where everything begins. If an MCA fails to defend when the budget process is being undertaken, then our children will be getting, and that's why you find a girl child or a boy is given 5,000, which will not even be enough for.
You have 3 minutes.
Equitable access to healthcare services. Our population is growing, and I wonder why we have many dispensaries here in KAKUMA. The problem with these dispensaries, 1, they lack medicines. 2, personnel. 3, and even the issue of sanitation, because there's no water in those facilities. So if given this opportunity, my leadership will ensure that we expand these facilities. So what I will do, I will just be upgrading. Ensure maternity is constructed. Number 2, to ease referrals of patients, I will ensure ambulance is procured so that we station to these facilities. Water components. When I was working as a clerk, the county assembly of Turkana passed the Turkana County Water Act 2019. And all these issues that there is no storage, piping, it is contemplated in that act. And if KAKUMA people give me the opportunity to serve them as an MCA, the first thing I will do is to ensure this act is implemented. Because what is already contained in that act is there will be 2 companies, the urban and rural suppliers that are within KAKUMA. They will register under opportunity. I will fight for that. I will go to the county assembly and raise that matter in the floor of the house. Another thing that I will do is make use of corporate social responsibility by UNHCR to supply water to the host community. Last year, refugees are taking clean water. The same should happen to the host community. If given that opportunity, I will advocate for that. Another thing that I will do is the construction of more water storage facilities. That is already in the Water Act 2019, because I know what is contained in that act. Water kiosks, it is already captured in that act. Sinking high-yield boreholes, it is already in that act. Generation. I will ensure I work with the prospective employers on platform of friendship and negotiation to secure jobs for our youth. I know our youth are suffering. Our youth, even the few ones that pop up, MCAs nowadays have discouraged our youth. Why? They submit lists. They have their preferred persons to be employed. I think I will discourage that. Another thing that I will do under this point of employment and income generation, I will encourage youth and women to form self-help groups.
Your time is up.
Circles in order to access available funds. And all these funds can be found from the national coffers, NGOs, or even the county government. Thank you, sir.
You can have a cup of water. I am starting with you, Julius. Oh, Emuria. Sorry. I am sorry. Please proceed, Peter. Sorry for that.
Thank you.
Tell us your 5 key agendas.
Looked at the gaps in our sectors. One area that I intend to do a lot is on education. I intend to make an evaluation on the system. Number 1, schools in infrastructure. Number 2, staffing. Number 3, on schools performance. Reasons as to why I would want to stick on the 3. Let's say issue of schools in infrastructure. It is very easy to act and allocate resources if we know the gaps in terms of classrooms, dormitories, and other important where head teachers, school committees go to beg from member of parliament or to area MCA. Once you know the gaps, or once I know the gaps in those areas, it will be very easy to allocate resources, and teachers will not be beggars looking for assistance from their leaders. It will be very easy to allocate resources and say, if it is KAKUMA mix. Number 2, on the issue of school performance. Together with stakeholders, we would want to improve performance in our schools. Because if our students or our pupils do well, we will be seen to be progressing. When our schools don't do well, we are all hurted. We don't feel good when they don't do well. And I think it has been lacking the support of leadership to support. For example, some students miss classes because of school fees. I intend to take records of all the KAKUMA students studying in various schools, so that in my record, I would know the number of students pin the ID of the parent to the application form. Yet we know, during politics, we brush shoulders. And I think it is disadvantaging some people, because when you see a parent who did not support you, that could be the reason why funds are not allocated for that students. I would want to remove that. Number 3 was on, I said performance, and I think I've talked on performance and schools infrastructure. The third one was on staffing. On staffing, you realize schools are not doing well because they have shortage of teachers. I would want to lobby with our partners so that where we have shortage of teachers, they can come in and support in terms of health. The current leadership have tried, but I think what has been missing is the issue of availability of drugs in our health centers and dispensaries. Using the oversight role, I'll be able to check and know when the drugs were supplied and are they available. Number 3 is on the issue of empowerment. I would want to empower our people in terms of business. We have so many and from other partners, but I'm not seeing the fruits of those grants and loans. I would want to check and see if we are progressing in terms of business empowerment. Talent show in terms of singers or footballers that will come to the hood to support them so that they become self-employed instead of relying to the available employment.
1 minute.
Number 4 is on the issue of water. On the issue of water, we need to do, it's a serious issue. We need to do a lot of mathematics on the issue of water. Because it's not just something you can wake up and you would want to supply water. It's a lot of mathematics involved. I intend to look at the upper side of where our population is going in terms of dwelling. So that if we have water there, I know we did the research, the UNESCO people did the research, so that we are able to drill water from the upper side and allow the water run down so that everybody gets water.
Finish up.
And then on the issue of agriculture, once there is adequate water for everyone, it will be very easy to talk about agriculture. Agriculture, it starts at our kitchen garden when we grow sukuma wiki, these small ones before we go to the bigger one. Then attached to that is on the issue of aquifers. Research has revealed that we have a lot of water. Up to this time, I'm around 47 years old. What are we waiting to make water available for agriculture? It is very easy. It's just a matter of allocating money. Look at the same aquifers before even you go to the major aquifers, so that we start at Nakwangat. Let people from Nakwangat be able to supply food to the rest of KAKUMA.
Thank you very much. This will be a participatory session. I will ask questions or raise concerns that I would wish you to respond to. Then from that, we will go to the plenary. Nitauliza maswali kadhaa kwa wagombeaji wetu. Kutoka hapo, nitakuja kwa upande wenu ili muulize maswali vile viongozi wenu watawaongoza. Lakini kabla niulize swali, jua kuwa huu ni wakati wa siasa. Mheshimiwa, unanisikiza kweli Mheshimiwa James? Hiyo simu situweke tu off.
Getting you clear.
You are recording?
No,
you're busy with your phone?
My phone is on flight mode.
Oh, very well.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a political season. We are here to taint your name, to give you your doses, to test what we call emotional intelligence. You are our leaders. We will give you our dose. You will respond to us. I start with the far end or here? Or middle? I start with here. Very well. Mheshimiwa Julius Lokuruka, I captured your issues on water, agriculture, health, education, and you added something on youth and empowerment. an AOB on 50%, 70% host community refugees. Were those the issues you raised? Those were your opinions. Pardon? You have a microphone there.
The issue of the financial management as
Yes.
well as
Very well. You are a finance guru. So you want to finance money available in the ward, money that will be within your docket. Integrity Okado. Please give us your opinion on your integrity on those issues. Number 2, order.
Order,
It's me
please,
asking
order.
questions. You'll ask yours when you have your time.
Order, Petitioner Daktari.
That is one. Number 2, there is information that you do not have family approval. There is a conflict between supporting you or supporting supporting Emanicor. Please give us your feeling on that. Number 3, we are with the United Nations organizations. There are usually something called the brown envelope. Do you think you can be bribed so that you can sell the birthrights of your voters? Kakuma town is a cosmopolitan town. It has both tribes. I want you to make a comment on how you will create harmony and living together of Turkanas and Nanturab. Tomorrow you are in Asimio. Today you have Losike's photo, tomorrow you have a different photo in your car. What is your comment on that? Thank you and welcome. Order, please. Order. Order. Please comment on the issues as we proceed. Do not take victim. These are the questions you will be asked anytime. Please respond what you are able to respond, what you are not able to.
and it will help us understand what we've come to do as far as this debate is concerned. Coming to the integrity issues, started my employment as an accountant for KAKUMA Mission in 2010 up to 2012, and I joined Locado in 2013, 2015, April, where I left Locado with the recommendation of the CEO, who is still there, Kai. Issue of integrity, I see many of the employees here that I pay the salary. Ekaran is one of them, and the rest who are here. We worked well. We ensured. I'm the reason why the UNHCR would come to Locado. I defended the financial part of the project. The MP aspirant, that is Ake, was one of the staff around. So the reason why the host community project was handled by Locado was through the defense, financial defense that we did, so that the UN can release the money. Of course, by other upper hands that were also part of the place. So I left there with a recommendation, which in case you need it through the mail, that when I went to Adesso as a finance manager for Turkana County, regular IR project, the recommendation from my CEO was immediately after the end of the project in Adesso, 2017 January, when we are clearing the regular IR project for Adesso, I came back to Locado for 2.5 months. And later on, I joined because I had done an interview for finance manager for Kenya Red Cross, KAKUMA Kalubei, TB, HIV. The same CEO wrote to me a recommendation to go and work at Kenya Red Cross. So the issue of integrity, it is not an issue to me because I understand who I am as far as finance is concerned. You can't take a finance cost, yet you are a thief, yet you don't know what you are doing. You will miscalculate the finances of the donor. That is wrong, and that is allegation. As far as the CPA. Later on, I joined Tupado, whereby we had a project that we enjoined the Ethiopia, whereby we could go to defend the financial statements in the Addis Ababa for a period of after every 3 months. We could go there to ensure that the VSF and the other partnering NGOs could work together to ensure that the trade, the border of Ethiopia and Kenya could gain better trade, could bring the issue of working relations. And also, I assisted in the field whereby I trained financial management skills to the basis of helping the groups. Apart from staying in the office, paying the salary to the employees, working in the office for the issue of the financial statements, doing the report, I could go to the field and train. So that is about the clarity for that. Working for, about family approval, sorry for that. Before my dad died, he has been a chief. And immediately, when he retired from the being chief, he wanted me to become the chief. And I told him no. But he said, one time, you'll be the leader for the community that I've been serving. And if it is, if that now coming into reality through me, then God is seeing that. So I have a family approval, and they say, if your father blesses you, you have more blessings than the rest of the people. Sorry for my dad, because I'm a Babat village, so that is a private and a confrontation issue about the family. We have a dad who is responsible for our family issues, that is Father Ari, and Nawin, who is also happened to be a teacher, Father Malik Laurent, and the rest of our family members. My brothers, starting from my brother who is a CEO of TCDM, a company that is sponsoring and elevating the life of illiteracy kind of aspect as far as Turkana West is concerned. Currently, we have a lot that organization is doing, is funded by this year. We are yet to be funded by UNHCR so that we empower many of our people to get jobs, to get well educated as far as other life is concerned. So, my brother is supporting me. My second brother is supporting me. My
order, please. Order, Amalize. Continue. I
am number 4 in our family. Our firstborn is Peter Elim Lokuruka, who is CEO for TCDM. The second one is called Erot Moses. Is working for K. Dr. Deep project. The third one is called Samson Ekalale. And the fourth one is me. And of course, I have a brother by the name of Kiru and sisters, Caroline and the rest. So we don't have any problem with the family. They say blood is thicker than what? Than water. So family. So this is real leadership. Coming to the issue of the UNHCR envelope.
Order.
Coming to the issue of leadership, the brown envelope. When I left working, 2021 March, when I left working for the NGOs, I have never stolen at any level. And I'm yet to do that. If I had that kind of aspect, I would have not been a leader. Because being a leader is being selfless. You sacrifice yourself for the benefit of the common wananchi who you want to elevate as far as in the midst of the things. Even currently in the issue of women empowerment, I've just provided some timbers, poles, so that some houses will be built for some grandmas in our villages around. So that is being selfless. For the issue of KAKUMA being metropolitan, I am non-segregative person. If you're a Kikuyu, you're a Luya, you are a Tanzanian, you are inclusivity. In the church that I am in, I'm a praise and worshiper member and a choir singer. We have even the Congolese. We do, yes, just pay a visit tomorrow because it's a Sunday. The Holy Spirit will guide you to our church. We have the Congolese. So that means we include everyone. Inclusivity is the paramount thing as far as KAKUMA is concerned. Coming back to the issue of Losike, yesterday the MP was saying, one of the MP was saying, Taramya Kuranitan, as far as Turkana is concerned. Losike is a friend. He's a go-getter. And I have all the valid reasons why I want to make him the MP for Turkana West. So if you need the reasons for that, maybe in the later occasion that is coming, I'll give you them. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much. We will go to Peter Emoria. I captured 5 issues on what you want to do to the voters of KAKUMA ward. You mentioned something on education, health, empowerment, water, and agriculture. Did I capture you well? Very well. We'll start with empowerment. You've been the chief controller of the multipurpose hall. You accrue benefits from that hall. Will you be empowering people or taking them to the trenches?
Order, please. Order, order,
Number
order.
two, you said you will take care of education and classrooms. I am assuming you are referring to primary education. Were you referring to primary education or ECD? Both. Of an MCA, I am confused. Please help me answer that. You talked of business empowerment. Business empowerment. Maybe give an opinion on who owns businesses in KAKUMA. When you are giving an opinion, please tell us how you will empower the local content and not the rest. When I say the rest, there is the refugees and the host community. I am referring to the locals. Doing an oversight role in ensuring that the health facilities get drugs. Do you want to be a cowboy who runs around or a procurement officer instead of being an MCA? On agriculture, Tarach River is taking over KAKUMA to your agriculture. Then finally, the Prosovis flora, the famous Madenge. Where will you go do this agriculture? How will you ensure that you have enough water? Yet, residents of KAKUMA use the same Tarach water with their livestock. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with where you began. Multipurpose Resource Center. Multipurpose Resource Center is a project of KAKUMA Youth Secretariat, where I was the chairman. The organization that was funded by GLEA ended the project. When we were managing the project, we realized we need to do something so that we can include other youth. Because somehow...
Maybe before you proceed,
yes,
for the clarification of your voters, are you a youth? Are you a youth? Or the project is funded by no personal issues?
Order, please. Order, order, order.
I am
Order,
not,
please.
I am not blaming you, Daktari. I am only trying to explain.
Very well. Order, order. Order, please.
I am only trying to explain.
Please explain, Mheshimiwa.
How
we are at your...
We came to be in that project. We did the election in this hall. And we were elected as officials, not me alone. And I said the project was handed over to us. And the reason as why we are still in the project is because we tried hand over project to the people who are the youth now. But they ran down the project. And we realized we cannot leave it because it was our vision. We need to continue managing it until we see they are capable of managing it. That is how we are in that project up to this time. Okay? infrastructure. Earlier on, when I said my agenda or what I intend to do, I said, for sure, the MCA and member of parliament, these offices that function in this hall. And we use money from the national government to construct classes. And we use also money from the county government to construct ECD classes.
Share the mic.
I think it's okay now. So the reason as to why I brought in that idea is because I realized that somewhere we intend to assume that what people do, like begging in our offices, is normal. So in my leader situations, we intimidate people, like school head teacher. They are called, these are cronies of someone. So that's why I'm saying, if we know the gaps in our classrooms, it will be very easy to talk with the member of parliament so that we allocate these resources to those classes without necessarily asking school committee or head teacher coming to our offices asking for the classes. That is why I said I brought in the issue of schools infrastructure. Knowing very well, some schools have a problem to do with infrastructure.
Please, Honorable Julius, pass the microphone.
Thank you. I think this one is better. I'm sure this one is better.
Please proceed.
So that is how I brought in the issue of schools infrastructure. It is a gap, and I think because we know that gap. When the issue of health, we have an oversight role to check whether our people are getting. I am not a supplier, but I have that role to check, because we receive complaints from our people that we went to a government dispensary, a government health center, but there are no drugs. So that is why I said I will be having a responsibility of lack of drugs, or being referred to a place to afford to buy a drug, or a place distant from where they stay. A problem of the leader of the day. So my role is only to check. You are all aware that is a gap in our communities, not only KAKUMA ward alone. On the issue of empowerment, again, on business empowerment, considering the local content. You told me about the prominent people. It's common sense. Don't ask me, you need to ask me. The prominent people here, you, even when you come as a business person, you identify who are the prominent business people around. There are people, yes, but as a manager, we bring in who are at the lower level in terms of economy to a level where everybody can afford to get something. That is why I said we have so many grants to count from the local content, as you put it, whether they are getting these benefits, so that we are able to say Mary is owning a boutique, or Raphael is owning something different. And we want to check so that we bring our people at the same level. If it happens that a few of us are the ones who are having it, and majority of us are not having it, that is when the issue of insecurity comes in. But when you bring all people, at least, even if it's not the same, but somewhere at far, everybody will be happy, and we will have people as our brothers. I think I'm clear there. I did not say I am not, I'm on a bad note looking at someone who is maybe prominent in terms of business. But I'm looking at how we can bring those who are at the lower level so that they are able also to do business in our area. Taraj, and agriculture, and pro-service, and the issue of floods. This issue is not new, is something that we need to make a consideration. We should face it head on. To remove pro-service is not a nightmare. It is very easy to remove pro-service, as long as you allocate resources to do so. So, to remove pro-service is not a major issue. We even tried here in Loyal, and people wiped it completely when there were resources allocated for it. Our people can do it. But then, on the issue of floods, river diversion, that is not an issue for KAKUMA alone. It is a joint effort. It starts from Letiaod to KAKUMA, and then to Lopur. It affects parts of Songot. It affects Nanam. So it is a joint effort, and we need proper management of our resources so that we can do it. Having said that, we have partners. We receive corporate social responsibility. We are able to put gabions in areas where we see our people are endangered. It is easy. We tried here in at our bridge. We put gabions, and at least we stop the floods. So it is workable. It is possible. We can do it. Then, now that we have semi-aquifers and aquifers, let me begin with the semi-aquifers. It is not costly to drill water and maybe put wind power for our people to do agriculture. That's why I said, once then we receive water for our houses, for our people, for domestic consumption, it's very easy to start somewhere. It's good to set a good precedence than not doing it at all. I think I'm clear up to there. Yes, I have answered all the questions that were asked. If I miss any point, you can still ask.
Very
Come
well.
to the plenary.
You mentioned something on food security. Was it food security or food insecurity? Food security. You mentioned something on education, health, and agriculture. And water. I captured those 5. Is something missing in what I've said? Pardon? Let me start with your age. Do you think you are old enough? That is number 1. Number 2, you are a PA to one of the aspirants. You are a clerk at the county assembly. And there are integrity issues raised pertaining how contracts in KAKUMA were micromanaged. And you are one of the engineers behind that. What is your opinion on that? You talked about water. When you are PA, water cartels, give us an opinion on that. Please respond to those 3. Then the plenary will ask the...
Thank you. I'm not young. I'm 37 years old. So for those who think I'm young to hold this position, then they are wrong. Number 2, I think that question is misplaced. It should be directed to someone who is missing here. the assembly is clerk assistant.
Let me reframe that so that you answer well.
Proceed.
You are a friend to the person who is not here. Then the engineering of the process was between you and your friend. So matope ikipakwa inatoka kwa friend inakuja kwako. By association you are with the friend it happened. What is your opinion on that?
Yes, that person is my friend. The role of a clerk assistant is different from that of a PA. When I did my interview of being a clerk assistant, and when I was given that job, my job description was clear, and I had to stick to that because my employer, who is the clerk to the county assembly, strictly follows me in whatever I do. There is no way a clerk assistant colludes with a PA.
Very well. That is well taken care of. The other set of questions. Question number 1. You will answer that finally. Question number 1. Are you someone's project? Question number, your friends or your friend is also aspiring. What is the motivation of the two of you aspiring at the same time?
Ladies and gentlemen, order tafadhali. Let's
Thank
give
you.
Mheshimiwa time to answer.
Order. Si ni maswali mnaulizanga huko nje nje? Si ako na muda sasa ya kuwajibu? Na simnyamaze. Na simnyamaze. Chari ndio unyamaza peke yao. Aya, tutulie basi tujibiwe. Si mnataka mjibiwe? Ama mnataka mkutane naye corridor muanze kurushana mangumi? Mimi peke yangu ndio naweza muuliza hiyo maswali. Wewe huwezi muuliza. Uko na hiyo roho? Alafu simtulie. Aya, jibu ndugu yangu.
Thank you, Daktari. I'm not someone project. The first time I decided to resign from the county assembly, I knew I have a wife, I have children, I have relatives, and they will cry whenever they miss food at the table. I consulted them before I resigned. I resigned knowing that I'm going to this field either to win or lose. I did not resign to venture into politics to become someone's project. Please, Daktari, that question again is misplaced. Question number 2. It is true to be a member of the county assembly, this ward. Yes, he's my friend. I have no hard feelings towards him. IBC declared these positions vacant. Whom will we blame? Is it me or IBC? My friend knows very well, wherever he is, that in 2017, I supported him fully. Clerk to the county assembly, I thought my brother, who is not here, will also return the same favors that I did to him to me this round. So I know in wherever place he is now, I think he is in the process of supporting me soon. Why independent? Why independent? I think most of you know what happened in Kitale. I was among the candidates who wanted to fight for this position in a Jubilee ticket. But whatever happened in Kitale, I don't know. In the corridors of where we were staying by then, I was kicked out. I thought we will be given a chance to come to these wonderful people so that they can, what they did, I will not even blame them. Because that ticket was only one. And there was no way both of us could be given that ticket. And because of the ambitions that I had, before I resigned, I said, Omakida being one of the youth from KAKUMA will want to finish this race. I wanted to set a precedent to my fellow brothers who are here, so that tomorrow, whenever they speak, they will say, and made it, why me? The questions I want them to ask for themselves. That's why I decided to go for an independent. That's why I decided not to turn back, because I knew this is taking risk. And whenever you take risk, you leave the rest to God. You leave the rest to God because He knows the plans that He has for each one of us. Bwana asifiwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Emanikor. I hope your voters have heard you. They have heard your responses. If they are adequate, they will tell us. Yes, Mheshimiwa Lowoya Road. Is that your name? I hope that is your name. You've told your voters that you intend to be added 5 more years so that you can continue with the issue of water, piping in every household. You will fund bursaries and ECD. You want to make sure that there is Huduma Center, and there is the issue of advocacy. Did I capture you well? Very well. Huduma Center, is that a function of an MCA? I'm yet to confirm. But through, you are not yet. You will respond. I have a good number of issues for you. No hurry in KAKUMA. No hurry in KAKUMA. We are here. We are here to take care of you.
Order, please. Order.
I am yet to know whether advocacy and Huduma Center is the function of an MCA. Maybe you will see how to convince you. I have some issues that I want your opinion. To start with is conflict in Kabokorit. What is your opinion on the conflict in Kabokorit that you exacerbated? There is the issue of employment. As an MCA, you are the one who fires and hires. You prepare a list for employees to be hired and fired. There is the issue of incomplete KAKUMA Rescue Center that was already paid, yet incomplete. There is also an opinion of dilapidated watch. Your voters also want an opinion from you on the issues of intermarriage between refugees and the host communities. What is your opinion on that? There is also an issue of 0.5. Are people in Kakuma referred as 0.5? 0.5 are denied identity cards under your watch. What is your opinion on that? On university in Kakuma, maybe you can give. There is a publication by Dr. Ekruau Court that says it is better being Kakuma than being. What is your opinion on that? Are you the man pushing that, or you are the savior? Finally, what did you not finish in the 5 years that you want to be added 5 years to finish? Welcome, Mheshimiwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, order as you jibu. Tafadhali. Order. How many minutes are you giving Mheshimiwa to respond to that?
Take your time. Ready? We can bring mattresses as long as your voters receive satisfactory answers that will enable you to be given an opportunity to be in the same position of overseeing, representing or misrepresenting Kakuma ward are taken care of. You have your time and the privilege to respond to the many issues that have been raised. If you see that any of the issue cannot be responded by you, yours truly can guide you. Welcome.
Jokonoi motion mover.
My name
Jokonoi. Agrona agipi. Mambo ya maji.
Order, tafadhali. Order.
We are communicating in 3 languages: English, Kiswahili, and Turkana.
Yes.
If you can speak good French, I can also interpret for them. Of course, at a fee.
Yeah. Atamar. Adakiango ekarungichen kanabo. Otere aturmonga krona agipi.
Order. Mheshimiwa, tulia kidogo.
Mheshimiwa, tulia kwanza.
Tulia kidogo.
Nafasi. Na wakajibu. Pia nyinyi tutawapatia nafasi muulize maswali. Mwenye akona roho atauliza swali. Tulieni mpate majibu. Sitaki utoke nje hii compound museme maswali yaliulizwa hayakujibiwa. Peana muda, endelea daima.
Thank you so much. Tafadhalini. Rules zetu ni simple. You don't mock our leaders. Fungua masikio yako ujibiwe. We have security here. We are here to protect our candidates. We are here to make sure you get a satisfactory answer. So tafadhalini, venye tumepatia wengine time, mumpatie pia Honorable Lawyero time yake awajibu kenye na waudhi na kenye itawafurahisha. Asanteni.
Na kama unaona utasumbua, kama uko na nguvu, nitadili na wewe. Ukitaka tupigane kwa mdomo tutaweza. Tuachie mheshimiwa ajibu. Si dakika kidogo tu alafu tuende.
Thank you so much, daktari. Mheshimiwa.
Jokonoi. Agrona agipi. Balango kaina kinin karungichen aturbong akrona agipi aloko akuma. Ya karlo kalagu era 2017 aweyang ko tereng akro ang agipi akrena ye kakuma. Amazika akuma ngolol aningo nyalo munyayang akrona abu ang atosuba kanagipi epolo na rai karu paka mahali aboloria kapoloni pei lo aye lo kicholonga kwaring na KAKUMA imelaniwa hawezi pata maji. Laniwa maybe ni viongozi ambayo wanaweza kusaidia watu ya KAKUMA kupata maji ndiye hakuna. When I came in 27, KAKUMA water started improving. And that's why I say previously I break the committee that was doing a cartel in water. Na wakati hiyo only 280 taps ambaye watu walikuwa wanapata maji wale wanakuwa connected, I raised up to 920. Sai Yangagipi Island hata ngi neje ikabogorit arai 250,000 meter cubic iyakazi ngagipi na mam kolong ekarukankaru iyanga kiyesu ke rekena KAKUMA nege neje kizingu tunga dukor kotere anyotunga kipi ne mambo repolo to para inga gipi iziaraya kiara itoan 80% of human being contain water. So azaki ankaru gichenkan kotere iya ka revision yang gipi hayong na kile myongo thara vision karia ana boishotan watu wengine wote watakuja tu kutapatapa na hawatafanya kitu because wataanza tena from zero. Yeni angoni sekene kani arumore meme kanin ngakro na oni alomare ayong abuango atoduku ECD ngari lu arai complete piti cha pening are iwaki ni island eluzuluche wapet akopina ngone gwa ngwali kata Maria mamu ECD keshunguna ne yakazi ngakopina ngasheneringo ali moikalo mayo takini ais takini ngaklinikyo Halo education. Ayong bene aya ring de lu alo KAKUMA lo school yo kotere. Aya kolong akura katel aya kad na rupian education na alo KAKUMA. Ala kara ngomom tan ke tanga question na corruption. Ayong aray ngakro na corruption. Ala kara ko na kotere ngis konang tol ti ngakro na. Amunyeng tayo. Iziata mari integrity nakang. Eray.
Order.
Number 3. Maneno ya Huduma Center. Ile nyumba ambayo sahi ambayo nimesema saa ile imemalizika ilikuwa ni resource center ambayo ilitengenezwa na county government of Turkana. Through advocacy. Yang walikisa atamari. Ishalawari ya rekanebe national government. Narangi ziebe yung izudukene Huduma Center. Tara KAKUMA iyakari nidi area muni Huduma Center. Through advocacy, meetings, relationship ambayo tuko na uhusiano na heni josi hapa to fund this Huduma Center iwe tata. The construction was done by the Turkana County government. Comes from the organization which is UNDP and UNICEF. So that's why I say hiyo huduma center the government, because the national government has not laid any hand to that huduma center. The issue of Kabogorit, I don't know if you can repeat that question. What about Kabogorit?
The issue is there was a conflict on Kabogorit land.
Good, thank you.
Which resulted to the youth fighting.
Thank you very much. Emam conflict ya ye Kabogorit. Vile na elimunto uri vile na elimunti ito hani ko longo potori. Ngakrona ngalupu alala katel emam resident tula aloka akuma anikalan emam ngalup ne tingito ngalup ngutungal galayek ete amana ngalupa tamare yakata ringalupu ngakrona apolok keji grabi ngate ngalup tole mazi kusata kidongo ngutungaluche emam ngalupu ya itu ngakurang ngalup arai use lu alok akuma generally have land to live. They are still living with mamas or mama how. They are still living with brothers, and those brothers already have bigger families. Boyete kanini. So protocol use sana lu alok kaya approaching atayo. Kwanza lu anada pali ko lo signete ko chandeke halani ko longa ye berebe hora ande pote katel ko longo anai kiza ke grabi ngarenga lu tamara ngalu punguna usayo I intervene, and that is the time I elomita ngalu punguna tokana ani ko lo ngoli kine tala lo ka bogor tinga krongna tamazikane yai na kine regui tamamuswa. Iliweka meetings nyingi na mpaka bunge pia akajua mambo haya. So mimi nikaamua alimwakini kijana alu aloka bukorita tamari kaina kesi ngalu kotere aye na pazingana kola ya uni conflict erai kufunguna ngezi conflict na dukuno emini koringe zinaendelea ni alwai erai katel kola na kesi ngalu pake grab ngare ngezi tije de use lo ya makatari ngalu lo ya sakati ariya moni ngalu boyoto. So ngezi conflict je limito ya nalu bobe yo be ye conflict nalu benya tamari boy musiya zaki akusari ngalu benya tamari bo piye na rako republic, and this land Turkana land is a communal. So ne tamari ta good number of community kisaki ngalu nyawo untori ngalu arak potok dinglo fechek. So ayakazike tunga wachache ambayo walikuwa na interest ya kuoni hiyo mchanga, lakini mimi nikakataa. That is the conflict they are talking about. Employment hayongo putari hayongo ayaringai. That is null and void question. Why? Every organization have got procedures of employing. So jabado yang atolota ke gireng tunga alu UNHCR to your process UNHCR. How possible is that? Ya ini mori kenaka taring akro ayone siara korea company plani KMCA lo ye na bonge lo duar be budoli woringe zigiri ngutunga kipukubuzi ya kasi arai muna is just invalid question. Rules and regulation of employment, there must be an advert and there must be an interview. Let me leave that one there. Risk center. Mimi niliingia kwa kiti 2017 na nilikuwa naangalia structures ambayo ilijengwa. Ata jarang tungalu education ata mareport ko de ngwali kizi mono structures. Hiyo structures yote ilikuwa burned out. Yote ikawa mbaya. It was ruled out by the education. So endelar center adugun nga class ya, it is going on. So the question of saying eti imekataa kumalizika ni kwa sababu amamko le kazi afanya kana lotu ngalkolongoshe iziaki penea nga fresh anaelekea kumalizika. Very soon watoto wataingia. And in the last budget I have already allocated some more money to complete that risk center for KAKUMA. I don't know who shares a question. Dilapidated project.
Order, please. Intermarriages question. Order.
Manena intermarriage between the refugees and the host community. You know, marriage is something different that you cannot. And if you have read an history, if I refer you to
order,
to
please.
the history, the people along the coast intermarried with the Arabs. And that is why the name Kiswahili was born in Kenya. It was between the intermarriage between the Arabs and the Bantu North, the refugees, and the Turkana. It is just the same.
Order, please. Order, please.
It is just the same.
Order.
So I think that question will just remain there because I think that is the only answer for that question.
To the next question, Mheshimiwa, please.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Proceed.
There was a question of better be a refugee.
Order.
You know, the perception is different. The way you perceive things is not the way the other person perceives. So the perception of a crowd, that is his opinion and his perception.
Mheshimiwa, maybe the refugees live in KAKUMA but get better. The refugees are in KAKUMA, they have enough boreholes in the camp. KAKUMA does not have water. The refugees go to better schools. Harrison and other primary schools are nowhere to be seen, yet they used to be the glory of Turkana West. We have the issues with health facilities. We have the issues with food security. Enough, yet the host community is suffering. That is why that assertion says it is better being a refugee in KAKUMA than being a Turkana in KAKUMA. What is your opinion on the livelihood of the refugees when the host community is suffering. They don't get jobs, they don't get better services. What has been your role in the 5 years to make sure that there is equalization and the best referral, that the refugees and the host communities enjoy good relationship, enjoy the same living standard, they are food secure? Thank you.
Asante. Nimekuelewa vizuri. Maisha ya refugee, a refugee lives a better life than maybe the host community. A refugee came from where they came for refuge in Turkana, in bracket Turkana West Sub-County. And the host community hosted them. By the UN humanitarian organization that came here for the refugee welfare. It is the mandate of the Kenya government. The host community welfare is mainly taken by the Kenya government. It is only on few issues or a few cases that the UN, the humanitarian, the host community for hosting them. For example, the Turkana people are getting free treatment. Yes, the way the refugees are getting. The secondary schools, like Morshapel Secondary and many others, the host community are also allowed to go to those schools. They share. Therefore, if you go to the issue of balls, we have some few donations of about 10% for the host community. And that is the reason why the UN or the UNHCR always assist the host community in terms of water. The bowl we have some bowl that UNHCR assisted the host community in terms of generators, in terms of repair, in terms of piping. For example, the water I'm talking about, the improvement of water, because of the advocacy and relationship, the UN have turned back to assist in improving water supply for KAKUMA. So, we have some assistance UNHCR as community, and even for the issue of employment. Because of the increase or the presence of the refugees, we have so many host community working in this organization. We have over 40 something NGOs in KAKUMA. And we have so many local working in those NGOs. We have so many locals learning, getting free education like Widow Trust. To be treated by the UN equally with a refugee that has come from far for refuge in Turkana West Sub-County. Yet, the Turkana people will be doubling the benefit because the government is taking care of them, and then the UN will give them again an equal share with the refugee. Tutakuwa tunanyanyasa refugee.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I hope your voters have got your side of thinking. You are entitled to your opinion. We are now to the plenary session. Order.
Order, please.
Order, please. Order, please.
Order.
Order, please. You have you answered all the questions raised?
There was a question left for university.
Very well.
The issue of university. The university, we gave a land to Masinde Muliro University to start at Chinakoyo. The UNHCR funded this university. So it is a university for Masinde Muliro because we gave a land to Masinde Muliro. But the donor, because of the relationship between the refugees and the host community, the UNHCR funded this university for development purposes. I think there was no any dispute as much as it is. The dispute that we had, it has already been solved by the government, the TURKANA County government, between the refugees, that is between Masinde Muliro and the UNHCR. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope si mumepata majibu.
Hello.
Haya. Kama bado mtauliza yenye. Questions.
Yes.
Questions from our online viewers.
I have a question directed to Honorable Loyerot. There is one question that all the 4 candidates will have to answer.
Very well.
We will start with the one that is directed to Honorable Loyerot. By one, a voter of KAKUMA town, saying, I would like to ask my sitting MCA, the KCF, KAKUMA Kalobeye Challenge Fund. It is only 2 business people who got these funds to improve their business, and the rest 98 are non-TURKANA. Why did this happen when you were there sitting and watch? Kindly share some light on this, because we are really lost those funds which could have empowered our local mamas here in KAKUMA. That is directed to you. That. And then the other one goes to all the 4 candidates. There is one voter who is saying, what are your plans that Tarach at the riverside is being invaded by garbage? What are your plans to remove that garbage which is invading and it's bringing bad smell to town? On another note, on a lighter note, I'm a product of intermarriage. So any other person who says intermarriages, my dad came from product of intermarriage. And I support that. That is my own opinion.
So you are 0.5.
Yeah, I'm a product of that. And I'm so proud. Karibu Mheshimiwa.
Let's start from Julius and KKF. We start from you. Garbage along the river, or what are your plans?
As far as the municipality issue is coming into being in the near future, we need to get a place which we are yet to locate. And on my campaign schedule, I happened to visit a village by the name Loitapori. And on my way, the people, we were on a vehicle lighted, and we saw the graves of the refugees. And what we said is, in the near future, our people will come and live in these places. So what we need to do is to ensure that the graves are being taken far away from the place. So the same to the garbage. What we need to do is to have a vehicle. We want to entertain the issue of every home must have a bucket of a garbage collection, so that the truck, through the county government or the assistance, the UN funds goes under the proposal. I can write a proposal with some of the professionals that we have on the issue of the importance of cleaning our town and our villages, so that we have the lorry whereby we put our garbage and get a place far away from the town.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter?
Yes. Plans for garbage disposal.
Order.
I'm aware that there was certified for garbage to be disposed. I'm also aware that was given that responsibility to collect garbage and dump it to the right place. Maybe what could be missing is support, because this calls for funds also for them to do their work. And I remember there was some conflict when they asked for some business people to raise some taxes or revenue so that they are able to perform that task as we desire. I think somehow, for reasons, they could not submit levies to that CBO so that they are able to transport garbage to the right place. The level of our understanding about our laws. People who are dumping are just part of us. You are in a barber shop, whether you are selling cabbage or any other, it is still us who dump garbage to wrong places. So I would want to remind our voters this night that we should be observant about our laws so that we become very responsible citizens who do the right thing at the right time and at the right place. Now, with the coming of the municipality, I think we will do away with that problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed. What is your opinion on garbage collection?
Thank you. This is a matter that the Department of Lands had plans of identifying sites that will be here. He has all that it takes to ensure the issue of garbage collections in KAKUMA be addressed in the county assembly. A site was identified, and because he's seated here with me, he will shed light on that, because when I was a clerk to the county assembly, I came across issues to do with dumping sites. That is in Lodwar. There is a farm by the name Ichobore that is collecting garbage in Lodwar. Lokichar, the same. In KAKUMA, this was because I served as a clerk to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. So the sitting MCA will clarify these points. Now that KAKUMA will be a municipality, according to me, I will do if given the opportunity to serve, their well-being is taken care of. I will identify a site that this garbage will be dumped and treated. Thank you.
Well, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manikore. I will assist.
2 questions on the issue of garbage collection and KKF.
I know.
Yes, on the garbage collection, please tell your voters, did Emanikor raise the right issue? Who was subcontracted? How?
Whichever question I will start to answer, I think you will be okay. Yes. And that's why I wanted to start from garbage collection. I think Peter was right to say a place has been identified. Then there's also a group that has been given that responsibility. And of course, it doesn't mean that group will be given that responsibility because the site is a bit far between KAKUMA and Kalubeye. And fiscal planning has been done by the GIZ, and the donor will be GIZ. And that is the answer for that question of cabbage collection. It's a solid waste pit. So I think that is an answer in short. Already there is a committee, a structure that was meant to deal with this issue. And the chairperson is from the host community of this committee. So I think this question will have been directly be answered by the chairperson. Why? Why the host community did not get this funding? The role of a leader is to advocate availability of this fund. So we have already done so many meetings. We have already advocated for this money, host community, and then we form a structure and handed it to the owners to own. And now, if they have failed to manage it, then that is why I say the chair for this should be directed to the chairperson. Because my role is to ensure the question is answered. I think those are the two questions.
Very well, Mheshimiwa. You were given an exam. You chose to answer on your own way. Your voters are here. They have listened to you. To the four of you, I will start from the middle. There is no middle there. So from the two of them, honorable in this world, to ask the three candidates any question of your choice. If you do not have a question, you can ask them for votes. This is your chance. Ask any one of them as many questions as you can so that we go to the plenary.
Thank you, MCA. Because Honorable Eman Kori said it was about garbage collection was budgeted in the county assembly, and maybe he needs to explain where did the money go. Then number two, about KKCF. Our sitting MCA seems yet he has an oversight role over it. So I think he needs also
Order.
To clarify on that. And then to Honorable Eman Kor,
pass the mic. Please pass the mic.
maybe he needs also to expound on the issue of carbohydrate conflict, because there has been issue of trying to run away from the truth. The youth were sticking with them, and sometimes they say it is James who is causing it. Sometimes they say it is Eman playing. What was his interest in it? Lastly,
Order. This is their only available opportunity to cross-examine their competitors. Let them have their time and respond adequately. Proceed.
Lastly, I know and for sure that I am going to beat these guys hands down. They should start preparing to vote for Fita, Emuria, Ekiru as their MCA. One thing, favor that I will do, as long as you don't do any anomaly that is not required, I'll work with you people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the candidates have captured the issues raised and they will do a rebuttal on the same. Emanikor, you have questions to any of the candidates, or you have a question to yourself? Choose any.
Multi-center that is in Nadapal was a project funded by GLIA, Great Lakes Initiatives. That is by NCCK. The donor was GLIA and implemented by NCCK. I was among the people who did interview. I was successful. Wanted to train a youth who will manage that center. I was taken to Nairobi for 2 months, trained on how to manage the center. To my surprise, the center, and that is contrary to what NCCK had said. Now, since you are now fighting, you can either win or lose. When are you planning to hand over this center to the rightful?
Order, 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 voters, order. This is a debate, it is a crossfire, it is not personal.
To Honorable James, you are my MCA. The County Assembly standing orders gives you all privileges and powers of the House. KAKUMA Baraza Park was budgeted in FY 2021-2022. That is 2.2 million that was meant for it. Why have you denied the constituents of this ward services, yet the amount that was supposed to renovate the Baraza Park is still lying in the county coffers? Please shed light on that. The second question that I direct you. There is a project that was budgeted financial year 2019-2020.
Order, order, KAKUMA ward voters. Let us give Honorable Emanikor time to ask questions.
The projects, the name of the project is Exitu Soil and Water Conservation and Rainwater Harvesting Structures. This project was supposed to be constructed in financial year 2019-2020 at a cost of 7 million. This project was to help farmers. Now, can you shed light what happened to this project? Yet, in my report, it's indicated completed. Kindly,
order.
Kindly shed light on this project, because to me, you have denied You have denied our mamas services. You have denied the constituents of this ward services that were budgeted, that were supposed to be implemented. And now we are in 2022, 2020, 2021, 2022 financial year. And obvious, you know very well, you will not go back again to the county assembly to look for this information. Please, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Honorable Julius, do you have any question for the three candidates? Or you have a question that you want to ask yourself? You can choose whether to ask a question to any of the candidates or all of them, or convince them to vote for you.
Start with the current MCA. One is, I came here in the morning at around 9, and I listened to one of the MCAs from that is Kalubeye, and I got a lot of inspiration on how he's doing things as far as Kalubeye ward is concerned. So I felt like if Kalubeye is doing that, and our ward, that is KAKUMA ward, is bigger than Kalubeye, because he was talking about the issue of water, and I found most of the projects are through the activeness of the request to the UN via DC and the sub-county admin, that is Napocho. I became like, if the activeness comes in from such a small ward, the same activeness will have been more on our KAKUMA ward, because it's larger in population and is the cause of unemployment, and also is a metropolitan. That is one for him.
What is your question?
The question is about what is the level of activeness of our MCA towards the issue of the UN.
Clarify that. What do you mean when you say activeness? That question is superfluous.
Okay. Before ensuring that many of our things were achieved while he was with Losike that time. And when he was nominated, he cooled down. And then when he was elected, he disappeared. Now, how will he reinstate such a kind of activeness back so that we ensure the UN implementing companies are able to provide the services and is able to help us as far as the NGOs here are concerned?
Very well, proceed.
Two, for him again, is about, I don't know whether, I know he's aware of the report, audit report, that we are all shocked of Turkana Waste. Bursary is part of that and is under him. So does he know about how our report is bad as far as the financial statements for, or the audit report from the same way, 2018 the same way, up to, so the one for 2021, 2022 is yet to come. So I don't know whether he's aware of that. He will ask, he will answer that.
Mheshimiwa Julius, two bursaries, CDF or county bursary?
All.
Categorical. Are you referring to CDF or county bursary?
For now, let's specify for the county bursaries.
I beg to differ with you.
Okay, let's leave that one for now.
Yes.
It will be an inbuilt. And coming to my friend Manikor. In the morning, we had an MCA from Letia by the name Epu. I happened to listen to him. He had a lot of complaints on the issue. Your campaign is on the basis of the contract money from Letia construction. So he was asking, are you a contractor or a political candidate? And are you using the money that is supposed to have been constructed, the construction at Letia? He asked in the morning for those who came, I think, That is the issue. For Mheshimiwa Peter, you've been to the UN. Every one of the youth here asked why you earn good money and build and enjoy. Now, you've been to the UN. What are some of the, as far as our community success are concerned, before you resign, what are some of the things that you happen to change in KAKUMA that you later followed up when you resigned, so that now you can follow up and continue as far as KAKUMA leadership is concerned?
Thank you.
Please, Dr.
You had your chance. You will do a rebuttal when you have
The question
time.
is not clear. The question is not
question?
clear. He has mentioned something to do with the project in the letter. Which project was that?
Which question? Did you direct a question to?
Mheshimiwa, in the morning, Mheshimiwa Epu was asked.
Every one of us has a right of reply. Order, order, order. Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. I can reframe the question on behalf of Mheshimiwa. An issue was raised in the morning, and you are adding projects in Letea ward, some quote unquote. And the question is, are you a contractor or you are an aspirant? If you are a contractor, some projects are incomplete. What is your opinion? Some projects that they did not mention the project. So it is up to you to say there is a project or there isn't. That is your opinion. Am I clear now? A lawyer wrote. Please ask your questions, then we will get back to you, because you are the most attacked person in the whole. So we will come to you finally. Ask your questions.
Thank you very much. I think I don't have a question to ask the aspirant because to sell my name.
Very well. Your opinion.
Yeah.
No question was asked to you. So you are free. Peter, questions from, yes, you will choose which one are you answering first. I hope we will be brief. We are almost past time and we still have questions from the plenary.
He's talking of a resource center and the GLEA funds that were implemented by NCCK, that he was taken on a training to come and man the project. For sure, we are Christians, and there is no need to lie or deceive. Honorable Manko seems to know little about how the project came in. The writer of the proposal was KAKUMA Youth Secretariat. The UN looked for funds, and they got an opportunity from GLEA. The reason as to why we got the money is because of our unity with the refugees. But because we had no better facilities, KAKUMA Youth Secretariat was given that opportunity. But during the implementation, they knew we had no capacity to implement the project. So UNHCR gave a contract to NCC. But then in terms of the organization of the youth body, it is over to the officials of KAKUMA Youth Secretariat. Nowhere did the organization mention that they have trained someone to come and help you do the work. We did our recruitment, we employed the youth to man the project. At some point, as I said earlier, we said we will hand over the project to the youth. We realized it was problematic for them to manage the project. In fact, it was dilapidated. It was turned into something different, like lodgings. So when we realized we had not achieved our common goal, that building is just one of the things we had mentioned in that project. They only need that, put that because of the money. Then we came back and said, no, we need to continue overseeing the project until we find a better group who can manage this project. So that is what happened. About the handing over, would have handed it off a long time ago. But handing over to who? Who can do it better? Can you give an example of a group of youth who can do it better, who are doing something good, so that we can hand over to the project to them? That is our fear, because it was part of our mind and we do not want it be run down. Otherwise, we have no hint, we pay using our own money when it could not accrue anything. So there are no malice. We are only protecting it for you. We don't go there to dance. You are free to come and enjoy yourself there. Do your recreational activities. Read if you want. You can do. It is for you. There is even a football pitch there. But again, when we are faced with problems, like sometimes there is conflict over land issue. James, a sitting MCA, knows. Encroachment to try and pin someone, everyone. Thank you. Then for Julius, I think Julius, it's just because you haven't known how the UN body work. You can have interest to work there. You can have interest to work there, but there are things actually you need to have as a person. Particularly on the issue of integrity. They will remove you very fast. Now, reason as to why I left the job is because my hands were tied. You could not do anything to the host community. And maybe to qualify that statement is Dr. Ekuraukot writings, that a refugee life is better than a host life. My hands were tied, or our hands were tied. And we realized, even if we earn a better salary, and yet we see our people suffering, one day, maybe we'll get judgment that you saw our people, my people suffering, what did you do? And that is why we came out to come and ask for votes, so that the experiencing the refugee money, we can still apply that to the host community in terms of management of our little resources. I think I could not do anything, and if there was anything, that is what you see with corporate social responsibility, and it went to leaders, not go to us, because we are not supposed to do so. We even risked working as our schools. The UN rules do not allow. But we challenged, we said no. We are needed in our communities. We need to serve also in those positions. And we did so. We did our part. For example, justifying as to why a youth from KAKUMA who has left a college or university needs an internship or an attachment as a way to get experience. That is what to support our few youth who are going to university or to colleges, contributing for them. These are things we do not say in broad daylight, but it's only God who knows. Otherwise, I think I'm clear up to there.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Peter. Honorable Emanikor, were you asked any question? There was a question from Emuria to you, and there was a question from Julius to you.
I only captured one.
One from?
Oh, two.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Very well. You have 2 minutes to respond to the two questions. 1 minute each.
Yeah, let me respond to the question directed to me by Honorable Peter Emuria. He requested me to expound on the issue of Kabogorit land. Surely. How will I? Yet, I am also one of the youth that was affected. It is true, the youth from Kabogorit wanted a land, as my sitting MCA had clarified. They followed all procedures that were required MCA, because, gave them land. I don't know where my name comes in, because I also wanted a land, but because the number of youth were many, so I had to say, and that the MCA is here, he can testify if I had attended any meeting concerning land, Kabogorit land. He knows how we dealt with the cartels. Please, that question, I think the MCA had already answered it. And do not drag boat with the little man that I had, and I have not done any development in it. There is no way Omakida will go and snatch people plots. And if relatives, please, the sitting MCA is here to that issue.
Proceed to the next question.
Kamian ECD project. This is the project that I wanted you to mention. Budget, and I was a clerk to Budget and Appropriation Committee. This project was budgeted in financial year 2019-2020. Having been a clerk who is a custodian, was awarded this project. This project has not been started up to date. The MCA for letter award knows the procedure to follow when a project is not started on time in the county assembly standing orders. He could have raised a statement on the floor of the house to compel the relevant departments to terminate the project. The person who was awarded this project is one. How he won the project, I don't know. She knows why she delayed implementing this project. I don't know why the MCA for letter award was directing that issue to me. Because being a civil servant, and again mentioned on the issue to do with the project, that is conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Emanikor. And you need how many minutes to respond to the issues raised?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Please proceed. Mheshimiwa says he wants 5 minutes to respond.
5 minutes. Emuri again, it's about KKCF that he wanted more clarification. I think this was funding that meant to be followed when you went to get this money. And one process is about procurement. If you need the money, then you must apply. If you apply, and then you should be assessed, or your document will be checked, and then if you qualify, if your document are, then you will be able to get the money. So I think that is one process, because if you don't qualify, or your business has to be assessed, because this and the procedure was you have to apply, and then they have to visit your business and see how much place, then you are not be able to get the money. So maybe that is the reason why maybe so many local could not have more of this fund to benefit from. That's why and Turkana has got it, because this town is honestly being run by the non-local who are doing, local did not qualify. Maybe the two that have been mentioned, maybe are the one who assessed and then they qualified for that money. I think maybe that can be the reason. And then there was a project mentioned by Daniel Yamankor talking about the renovation of a waiting, and it's actually indicating a new project. It is not a renovation of Barazafa. It is a new project to construct a Barazafa, which of course we have already indicated a land, and this money 2021-2022, which is away. And then for the issue of farmers, I think if you go to Loyal, you will see the water fund that has been constructed by the CDF practicing irrigation in that land. I think that is what was done by that time. Just go and check the water fund at Loyal, and then you will see Wamama doing that practice for farming using water from that water fund. I think that's the answer for that question, the project you have said. For Gilles, my activeness. Differentiate the time, and the time now, I'm in leadership. At this moment, I'm a leader. Even the UN and anybody else run for me for help. So you cannot compare the time I was acting as an activist for the community and the time now I'm in leadership. So I think that must be different. You cannot tell me to continue. So that is what you need to understand. You mentioned something to do with bursary. I don't know. I want to contradict with you because you are talking about 2016, that I was not on seat. I was not elected. And that's why the moderator was asking you to be in specific. So that question is null and void because I was not there 2016. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, have you answered all the questions?
Very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to your side. We are looking for 4 people, gender, and we also have a guest.
I am interested with men.
Before we do that, Dr. We have we need to acknowledge one Petrad A director, all 47 counties of the Republic of Kenya. He has also been accredited as a national election observer. He is in the house, one and only Mr. Evans, that we are proudly from West. Bwana Evanson, karibu. As we are going for questions, tunaomba tafadhali, your question has to be within a minute, directed to kama ni any of the honorables. 1 minute. Tunapeana question, unatulia. Let's avoid personal attacks.
Tumesema 1 minute. Starting from, did you raise your hand? I'm not interested with men. Ladies first. Ladies first.
Having men here.
straight to your question. What is your name? Where?
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Onabwin, teacher by profession. My polling station is KAKUMA, Erickson. I have 3 questions to ask, and I will also respect time, but I beg to be given 1 more minute.
Who are you directing all the 3 questions to?
Thank you. My first question is on employment.
You'll be covered. We have a...
Is on employment, and this goes to all the aspirants, including the sitting MCA. I would wish to ask, how best will our honorables here, how will they change the act of nepotism in employment cadres in KAKUMA, particularly in refugee and UNHCR?
No clapping.
What has pushed me to ask this question is because of the congregation that I see here. When I see these ladies and gentlemen here, most of them came through my initiative as a teacher in one way or another. But here I pity when I see people here going to college, coming back, they are languishing around because of no job. To take their list, to employ their in-laws, to employ their neighbors. And
Order.
Second question. This one is about oversight role. I'm embarrassed when I hear a leader saying that is elected to cover everybody. What's the meaning of the word oversight? I think an oversight person taking the mandate of oversight is there to work. I mean to speak and to protect any other person that is voiceless. That is to me. So the third question, this one is about cartel. When immediately after election in 2017, TAL divided Turkana West with the 2 vehicles. One was given to Lokchogyo, and it was given to Women Group. Another one was brought to KAKUMA, and it was given to a particular group that hails from Tiriwan and Sanyana. Where did this vehicle went? Because after that, this vehicle is no longer there. How are we going to empower our people if the thing that they are given as a reward from someone somewhere else dies in the hands of our leaders? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mwalimu.
Thank you so much, Mwalimu.
Tell us your name, where you vote, and direct to the question. Where?
So
Order, please. Order, please.
my name is Father Ekai. I'm a voter at KAKUMA Mixed. I usually vote at around 6 in the morning. I have 4 questions. 2 are for the sitting MCA, and 2 are for the 4 of them. For the sitting MCA, can you tell us what percentage do you stand now from 2017 to 2022 in terms of oversight, legislation, and presentation? Number 2, can you negate or accept that the current assembly which you served from 2017 to 2022 was inefficient and ineffective? Because some motions were, you people were passing them without even going through them. Hence, you passed them without even knowing what exactly are they. Can we term it as an effective house or an efficient house? General question to you all. There is a law in terms of conflict of interest. How are you going to address this in terms of tenders that you give to your friends, your question, legislation, and the presentation? How many laws are you going to pass during your time 2022 to 2027? Do you have a plan? 5, 6, 7, 10? Tell us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm Muñez Jonathan. My polling station, KAKUMA Mix. I direct my question to Honorable Julius Lokuruka. Within your agendas, you mentioned 5 agendas. And I'm on the side of water. You said that each and every household of KAKUMA, they will actually get clean, piped water for free. For free. Okay, my question comes on the issue of sustainability. How can you sustain this project? Bear in mind that this is a bulky project. Water project is bulky. How can you sustain this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I saw a hand somewhere here. Be brief. Be brief.
Thank you. My name is Moses Ekai, a resident of KAKUMA. My question is on the issue to deal with service delivery in relation to political affiliation of elected leaders. Political affiliations after elections will not affect service delivery to their voters in the ward, given that maybe the 6 piece doesn't work out. You have a different governor who is not of your party. Is there a compromise? Because I've seen it before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all.
You can have a look at our cameras.
Yeah. 3, but almost on the subject. I have heard your manifesto.
Please tell us your name and where you vote.
Thank you. Sorry. Now, my name is Mary Lomojo Ewoy. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm a resident of KAKUMA, and I'm a voter in KAKUMA ward, and I vote at a Peace Center. My question is, I'm directing to the 4 of you. Anyone can answer the question. Violence. I have not heard in your manifesto you mentioning how you intend to mainstream gender activities, especially where women, girls, and youth, when I say youth, it's boys and girls, are being exploited and abused, whether in the camp or in the host community. How do you intend to cooperate? Number 2, how do you engage women, persons with disability, the youth, such that we can always see inequality, equality in job opportunities? Because you see, for example, women are discriminated. They don't take the equal number of women to the men. How are you going to deal with that matter, such that women get the same opportunities as men? Okay, the other one is on business, talking about bottom up, as some people are saying. How do you intend to ensure that youth, women, and persons with disability are also covered in terms of tenders? Because we have open tenders, and then we have tenders are directly for the youth, persons with disabilities, and women. But these tenders do not reach them. And then lastly, when tenders or projects are given at the county level, how are you going to deal with the matter of doing contracts in KAKUMA or projects in KAKUMA are coming from very far? How are you going to help the people of Turkana West to do their own contracts, to do their own tenders, than bringing people from far away to do a tender in KAKUMA? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The guy behind you there.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Logero.
Raise your voice, please.
Raise your voice.
Thank you once again. I'm going to be very brief and objective. Question number one.
Tell us your name and why you're voting.
I'm Sole Kai. I'm a voter at Multipurpose Youth Hall, Wakaini Village. Question number one. I had I had the sitting MCA mention of 5 cartels.
Saul, please put the microphone karibu na yes.
I've had the sitting MCA talk of 5 cartels. The sitting MCA has mentioned something about the 5 cartels. I would like him to expound on it. Who are these 5 cartels? And what is leadership doing about the 5 cartels? Because what is happening, especially to the issues of land, it's an ongoing concern for the residents of KAKUMA and the people who have been doing business with the KAKUMA land are known to everyone in KAKUMA, and the leadership is silent on this. Maybe you can expound on that. The next question is on incomplete projects. My question is, what is the leadership doing to ensure there is no double funding of projects that were funded, the projects that were supposed to be finished? What is the leadership doing to ensure that? And lastly, is on the CSR, the corporate social responsibility from UNHCR and partners. Who is the custodian, and as his leadership account them accountable to the utilization of those funds? About the stateless persons, there is a growing concern within KAKUMA, whereby we have a number of children in the streets of KAKUMA refugee camp and KAKUMA town. They were into existence because of the intermarriages between the refugees and the locals. And these children this one goes to all of them. How are they going to work on this issue? Because it's becoming a concern, and the population is growing. So I think the leadership need to explain on how they are going to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just stand there.
Good evening all.
And face the camera, please. Name.
Daktari.
Jina.
Asante kwa kunipatia mic. My name is Loa Ewesit. I am a resident of KAKUMA. My question is we have had a concern about the recruitment of G4S. It has been a pain in the air. It has been, actually mine is brief. The question is this: residents of KAKUMA, whom you don't know whether they are residents, you don't know whether they are coming from Lokchogyo. As in 100 residents of KAKUMA have been shortlisted for the G4S job. And all the 100 of them, each of them has sent you a message to get the favor. How are you going to handle that scenario? And this is a question, assuming you have to help someone. How are you going to handle this scenario?
Is in the house, or you are a lady? Or bisection?
Go near the camera, please. Enda karibu na camera.
Kamera itakupata hapo.
Itakupata
hapo. Koti.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. of Ngipeyok in Turkana County. I deal with KAKUMA, Lokchogyo, Lodwar, Lokichare, and the rest of the pet. My question, even in this debate,
look at the camera.
There is no problem. Camera will come for me. Okay. Daktari, you have been having this TV show we feel sidelined as the Ngipeyok. The Ngipeyok, these are the Ngimoi in the entire Turkana. We are not given any chance even to speak for ourselves. In this house, Turkanas are the only ones who have spoke. The non-Turkanas are not given chances to raise their voices. We were born and raised in here in Turkana. That is to our leaders. We were born and raised here in Turkana. Some of you have school with you. I have classmates here. Even in your manifestos, all of you have not heard you talking about the minority, which they have their 30%. Yes, we call us the 0.5, I don't know, something of that sort. The question here was asked even with this one, Daktari, about the IDs for the Somali people. Calling upon the leaders who want to vie for the seat of the MCAs for KAKUMA ward, because I'm called from Lodwa to come and ask you this. At the back of your books, kindly, because I know you have noticed, and the rest of the non-Turk here, at least even for those IDs, it will add you a point. I'm having more than 189 members in KAKUMA. They're asking, you are not, none of you have even visited them to ask for their votes, but you're so concerned about your people. So kindly please visit them so that you can add a point to your election and defeat the other candidates. If you're willing to meet with them, kindly do something very quick.
Asante sana Ngipeyok spokesperson.
Thank you.
Karibu sana Bwana Kapukade.
I hope you will be brief.
Yes.
Tell us your name, where you vote, and your question.
Arigan, I vote at KAKUMA Radisson. My question goes to incomplete projects. You find that most of the projects that are hanging within KAKUMA ward, it has not been completed because of kickbacks. You find someone has been given a project of 5, follows that contract to pick 2 million, so that the contractor will remain with 3 million. You find that the work that contractor is going to do, it will be very minimal. That is why we don't have development in KAKUMA. So my question is to all the MCS aspirants on how the issue of kickbacks. My second question goes to the issues of employment. The KAKUMA at large, it has experienced the issues of listing. If one of you will be elected to be the leader for KAKUMA, they are becoming poor, and rich are becoming richer. So I think that is.
Thank you
Thank you so much. Bwana Daktari, hold on a minute. For the reference, we've been streaming for the last 3 hours and 30 seconds. 3 hours and 30 minutes, sorry. Last 4 hours of streaming. So let's limit our questions so that we give our leaders time to answer them. Thank you, Daktari.
Thank you very much. I hope you've captured all the questions. Do we add more? Very well. If you are moving out, please do not shuffle your feet. Enda tu pole pole, utuache, tusisumbuane. Endelea ndugu yangu.
Good evening. I'm Loporos Lotela Simon, KAKUMA resident, a voter at KAKUMA Multipurpose. Yes, this is my question. I direct my question to Honorable Nabuin. And this question is pertaining when you are a worker at Locado. And during your time, many casuals were crying of their dues. Now, how sure are we that our resources will be secured in case you get into the office? Yeah. Another question I direct to Mr. Emuria. how many number of youth were employed, those that are residing in KAKUMA? Then I direct my question to Emanikor. I'd like to ask Emanikor, somebody who is missing here was your closest friend. The land of KAKUMA is finished because of cartels. And one of that person is missing here. Now, suppose you get into the office. How safer who are here in KAKUMA, especially the youth? Thank you.
I am happy to report to you that a good number of your MP aspirants are watching us online.
Lokoroi Damaris is my name. I'm a resident of KAKUMA and a voter at Friends Hall. My question goes to the incumbent MCA, and this is a question. In Turkana West, most of the youths have been actually not there at all. Now, for issues of job security, you having been an MCA for the 5 years, for the time you've been in office, may we know the number of youths, or rather people from Turkana West, KAKUMA to be precise, that have maybe gotten jobs in the county government, that are rather have more job security as compared to the NGO jobs in KAKUMA?
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I'm Chegem Boaz Charlie, resident of KAKUMA, born and raised in KAKUMA. I'm privileged to have this chance. So my question goes to all MCAs who are before us. Which structures? This question is about education, because I've heard all of you talking about education. Which structures do you have to deliver or actualize the education agenda? Because education is one of the critical agenda you should consider. Because today politics will always determine the future. I've been to many barasas, and the only job opportunity I've heard about is G4S job. As a clever or wise leader, what comes into your mind? That shows that many of the youths own only, I've never heard any youth talking about secretary job. So, which structures will you actualize to ensure that when a people from class 8 finishes class 8, now our population in KAKUMA, let's say all of them own Form 4 certificate alone, no any other certificate that they own. That's why they are all scrambling for G4S job. Yani, watchman. The only thing they are reapping for is watchman. What will you do as education? As long as Chocha TV is concerned in this politics, Chocha TV has done its best to shape the politics of Turkana County. What if Chocha TV will decide to stretch its hand to empower youths in KAKUMA ward and decides to be given capacity by you? Because I believe one of you will be the MCA. What will you do to empower Chocha TV? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Kenneth Kibich Olekrigit. I had 2 questions for the inspirants here, but the first one I've been asked by my brother, but maybe to add on, is especially to us non-Turkanas about peace. So, I want you to look at this camera and tell those ones who are not Turkanas, who are the issue of street children. This issue of street children, I remember it started long when the issue of devolution started. Last time or 6, tutapigwa ngeta mbaya sana hapa. So, what are you doing, or what do you have in your manifesto on the issue of street children? We are in good rapport with those children. What plan do you have towards them? Will they continue being in the streets until they grow up, they grow muscles, so that tutapigwa ngeta? Thank you so much.
Asante sana bwana daktari.
Thank you very much.
Daktari, just a minute. A special announcement. If you know you are from Lapur ward, your candidate aspirant has been here since 7 p.m. He sent a message earlier. We were supposed to have him at 5 p.m. but alikuwa filled. We wish and spare an hour or 30 minutes for a debate with him, and then we go home. If you're from Lapur Road, your MCA is around. I think we will have to have one more question so that we give the candidates time.
Very well.
As we're winding up. Thank you.
Don't worry, people from Lapur, we've been and we will still be up to morning. Don't worry. Oh, Lapur, sorry.
Thank you. My names are Atejo Epakan.
Karibu na camera, bro, please.
Okay.
For our viewers to see you.
My name is here, but I want to ask a question in relation to the health agenda to these 4 leaders. My question comes like this. What plan do you have to elevate KAKUMA Sub-County Hospital to our host community hospital? The community in KAKUMA is suffering. The only referral facilities are KAKUMA Mission, which is a FBO, and which our community cannot pay. And then the other one is Amside, which is like 30 kilometers from here. So we will need to put the relevant structures and elevate this facility to a level 5, like Lodwar County and referral hospital. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that will be the last question, Daktari.
Yes, that was the last question.
Let us give the honorables time. Each one of you, we are allocating 3 minutes each, and we are doing timing.
We are starting from my extreme left. Answer a question asked to you, especially general questions, and to other candidates. If a question has been handled by your colleague, please do not bother answering it. Let it go that way.
Thank you so much. And your time is on.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to the new people who came. My name is Julian. Nabwin was asking, my Somo was asking a question on the issue of employment and how we can curb it with the issue of nepotism. Favorism put in place. I think that one summarizes 3 of the questions in place. And including the chief of employment was there, and same, that they were left. The population of the people who have finished Form 4 is increasing in KAKUMA ward and the whole of Turkana West. And remember, every time the employment is done in the NGOs around, it is not for KAKUMA only. It is for the whole of Turkana West. So you find the issue of unemployment rises because KAKUMA is the headquarter for Turkana West. So everyone resides in KAKUMA. That is a issue that we need to tackle into that. Nepotism is coming in, whereby we coming into it, God willing, if I be in the leadership, we will take it as far as the wards are concerned, or the villages, if it is in KAKUMA.
Honorable, you have 1 minute.
Okay. Really?
Yes, we are timing.
The questions are many, and you are putting us under pressure, brother.
Yes. Honorable, you have 45 seconds.
Let me leave there now.
Honorable, please. We are doing timing. We gave you your humble time. Now it's time to time you.
Okay, thank you.
And your time is on.
For Mwalimu Nabwin, on the issue of change of employment, I think what we can do as KAKUMA people, we will majorly blame the employer. The employer should have very stiff rules. They should stick to employment rules. Because if they open a door, that is where we see all these rules. Further, Ekai, conflict of interest. If you look at chapter 6, and he has said it in relation to tenders, as conflict of interest. So it will be upon the voters to see whether someone has conflict of interest or not. But for me, I think it's just a matter of being honest, sincere before your voters and do the right thing. And then for Moses, on to political affiliation, 6 Ps. Yes, everything has pros and cons. 6 Ps sometimes has advantages because people tend, when you disjoint, elect someone from a different party and then another one from a different party, sometimes it causes conflict between them and is affected. And that is why as ODM would prefer 6 Ps so that let them say anything else other than saying I got someone from a different party.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, and then for Madam Mojo on SGVP that we did not mention because we are given what to answer. Yet in our manifestos we have maybe more than 10 agenda to answer. So to mainstream SG, it is guided also by rules that in every project that a particular percentage is allocated for such a people.
30 seconds,
and we should know them in our communities. And then business opportunities for youth, particularly or persons living with disabilities. Again, a particular percentage is guided by laws so that whenever we
thank you,
do such
Mheshimiwa.
projects.
Your time is up, Mheshimiwa. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then kindly,
Please, Mheshimiwa, please.
Kindly.
We are giving 3 minutes each. We are not favoring any person.
I don't think time allocated was prudent, and I think
Mheshimiwa, please.
Our employers.
Mheshimiwa, tafadhali.
It is not our mistake not to answer
Mheshimiwa,
those
tafadhali.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think
Honorable, karibu.
I think most of the questions have been answered by colleagues has been answered by my colleagues, and I will only answer the question posed by Honorable, Father Evans, on how many laws that I intend to pass. With me, I think having worked with the County Assembly of Turkana, we have laws that were passed by the County Assembly and executives. So what I will do, if given this opportunity to serve as KAKUMA MCA, I will only go to the County Assembly and raise a statement to compel the relevant departments to implement those laws. And as you are aware that legislation is a key to a prosperous society. There is a law on children welfare. It's already there. My MCA here knows that law. It was presented to the County Assembly by the Director of Social Protection. That laws caters for issues to do with children. It is a practical. West Pokot County had already implemented it. Bright students from this county require funds so that they can continue with their educations. Bright students are those who are doing technical courses like engineering, law, directorates. If given this opportunity, I have with me that idea.
You have your own
I will introduce it to the County Assembly so that it may help those students. There's the issue of high influx of street children. That one will be catered. It is true.
30 seconds, Mheshimiwa.
MCS demands this sometimes, and if they don't receive it directly, they can use their PS, and they know how they normally do it. So there's the issue of tenders, youth and women. This was raised by Madam Lomojo. It is true. What I've seen in these organizations, they have never specified projects meant for youth and women. Very clear.
Mheshimiwa.
I mean, with the county government, the law is clear. There is 30% for special, and they can claim for that whenever a tender is
Mheshimiwa, your time is up. Thank you so much.
There is a question raised by Lotela.
Mheshimiwa, your time.
Please, I have never tested anything to do with land. I have never sold any land.
Mheshimiwa, please,
that question
your
direct to
time
my
is
friend.
up.
Even my land now is it's not safe. So
Mheshimiwa, thank you.
maybe my friend will come for my land. So I need
Thank
to.
you so much. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
Yes, I will only go direct to a few questions that have not been answered. One is about the vehicle, the two vehicles. One was given to a group. Likewise, another one vehicle was given to a group in Lokchekyo. So I think the age of the two vehicles, it is a question for the group to know why, because they were given to the groups. And then number two, Father Eka was asking about what is my rate. What is my rate in oversight and representation plus the legislation? I think I can rate myself 60%. That is according to the work I've done concerning water, health sector, infrastructure. So I can rate myself to 60%, and the remaining 40% I will finish while I will be re-elected.
You have 1 minute.
So about views, women, and all those, the law is clear and is guiding that even in terms of employment, in terms of tendering, the law is very clear. If these people will be having some groups, then they will be considered in that time.
30 seconds, Mheshimiwa.
I did not add Paul Eka, he asked about the 5 cartel. I have not mentioned about the 5 cartel, but I talked about the cartels. But there's nothing like about the 5 cartels. The issue of the street children. The rescue center is there to rescue those street children. That is what we meant by rescue center. So if that center will be complete, the issue of the street children will be done.
Mheshimiwa, your time is up.
And then somebody mentioned about project being followed by the MCA. I think maybe that is the previous.
Mheshimiwa, please, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to give you another 3 minutes. There is a question online that it's being directed to all of you. But what are you going to do since KAKUMA youths are becoming too much drug abang? Are you going to create rehabilitation centers? Or what are your plans for the drug using youths in KAKUMA? We'll start with Mheshimiwa, the sitting MCA, as we are coming. And we are strictly on time. Mheshimiwa knows that. Why we are doing that? We've given you a whole 3 hours. We've been talking to you for 3 hours. Giving you a question, we don't need you to explain the whole thing. You've already explained most of the things. What are you going to do since KAKUMA is being inhabited by bang users? 3 minutes, Mheshimiwa.
For the issue of youth involved in drug abuse, is that a question?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. For the issue of drug abuse, it's actually brought up by idlers. So if we can, I am going to create a way in which these youth will be empowered so that they will be able to have a business that they will be, make them busy so that they will not be involved in the drug abuse. I think that is the best way because most of them are idols. And then if they will be empowered in terms of business, IGM, then the issue of drug abuse will reduce.
Mheshimiwa, before you give the mic, you've been in power for 5 years. What have you done? You still want us to get you employed and you want to empower us. What have you done for the 5 years that you want us to give you more 5 years? I'm giving you a minute to respond to that.
Yes, I have tried hard to assist the youth. That is by, we are what we call Besharafat in Turkana County government, where the youth were encouraged and get some cash to run their business. That is youth and empowerment. One thing I have done as an MCA for the youth in KAKUMA.
Thank you so much. Honorable Omakide.
Ni kweli vijana wetu wameharibika kwa kutumia mihadarati. Kwa sababu hapa KAKUMA ukiona mambo ya matumizi ya dawa za kulevya siko mingi sana. Na hii imechangia kukosa kazi na pia kukosa pesa ya kwenda shule. Ukiona baadhi ya watoto ambao wanatumia hizi mihadarati ni wale walikuwa waende secondary schools, wenye walikuwa watakana waende universities, lakini kwa kukosa shule, kukosa pesa ya kwenda shule, wanaharibikia kwa vijiji ama kwa hizi kambi za wakimbizi. So ile kitu ndaweza fanya kama ndaweza pata hii nafasi ya kuwa MCA, kitu cha kwanza kwa wale colleges ni kuwapa hao nafasi wa compete kuliko kupeana list na wale wengine wenye wanabaki wanaenda kuharibika wakijua kwamba hata viongozi wao hawezi kuwatetea.
Thank you so much. Honorable, please.
Okay, thank you. Wanasema mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. Kwa hivyo wazazi tuchukue jukumu hata kama amefikisha miaka 40. Number 2, I intend to allocate funds for our youth so that in terms of seeing that they are good in their talents, like in sports, kuna athletics, kuna football, kuna these other talents, sure. If we put money into those activities, our youth will be able not only rely to employment, but they will be able to employ themselves. Number 3, I intend to work together with our partners, identify partners that will be able to monitor. The churches are also partners. So organizations are also identify some of them who will be good in mentorship programs just to limit the issue of idleness. Number 5, some of them are idle because of dropping from schools due to fees. We intend to perfect the issue of fees by seeing that every village is organized so that we are able to see that everyone in every village goes to school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Your Honorable, please. You have your 3 minutes.
Coming to the issue of the employment for the youth, many of our youth, as far as analysis is concerned, we only look for the white-collar jobs. What we need to do is we need to create our own businesses. As we wait for the other office jobs, we need to have our own businesses. An example, my brother here is a doctor. He has to open a pharmacy so that it can create him job employment. On my side, my last time being employed was in 2021 March, and up to now I've been running my business. That helped me even in my political campaign and all that. So what is there is I tried to employ almost 20 of our young people, but at the end of the day what they did is the employment, the job, the casual jobs I gave them, and they went for the political kind of campaigns. So you find it difficult to assist our people. But as far as the financial management is concerned, we need to empower you people, train you on how we can create our own businesses so that the problem that is affecting us is in WhatsApp. Remember the IT app that is in the CDF office is online. So ours is using vulgar language to abuse leaders, to abuse your opponents, and you will remain angry. The other issue is about youth are involved in the issue of marrying more than one wife, behaving like you are a goon. At the end of the day, you beg for some things. What you need to do is when you become...
have 30 seconds, Mheshimiwa.
Okay. When you become self-reliant in terms of your business, you are able to plan and that will help you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I have also another question. We are going to give you another 3 minutes. This is the last question. And this one goes to, we are touching matters of sports. We have a basketball court here, which is owned by the municipality, doesn't even have a park, a recreation center, a public recreation center. Earlier today, I asked around about the youth center that is in Tawakayeni. I am told that public place, a youthful public place, has turned into becoming a private property. That when you go there, when the artist or any other person wants to go and have their moments there, they are being charged. 1. 2, the same place turns into a church every Sunday. I have no issues with church. I have no issue with church. Let it be in record. But the thing is that is owned by the Catholic. The football field that we play with, owned by KAKUMA Mixed. The youthful place that people go, the recreation center, has been taken. We are starting this with Honorable, the sitting MCA. 5 years down the line, sports, recreation centers, public space is being grabbed. There is no public. What are your plans if being get employed, or what have you done for the last 5 years? And now that you want to get employed again, what are you going to do? I'm giving you 5 minutes each. Talk about that. And then we go to another thing. Karibu Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much. You are talking about the public asset have been grabbed and public land have been grabbed.
Yes.
Those are the two questions combined together.
Yes.
On the issue of land, when I came in, I found so many acres of land have been grabbed before me. And some of the land I repossessed back to the public. One is about a land in Togokayeni, which was grabbed. It's another land that the market in Togokayeni is being, that is some of the lands I repossessed back to the public. Number 2, for about the usual property, I think Peter has given already a reason. Because when I came in, or as the history of that land, I know if you see the written, it is KAKUMA community usual. And of course, when you go for a meeting in that hall, it's been paid. It's a community land or asset. However, I believe when you go for a meeting, honestly, I believe it is a free of charge. But I don't know whether it is being charged or it is being done a private. And then if it is so, then the secretary or Peter was explaining, then he will give us an information whether you KAKUMA or to go place. And for the issue of church, of the church being there, a church also is a community kind of it. Like for Friendship Hall, the one near the DDC house that have not constructed, that are not able to construct a shelter for worship, also goes to that Friendship Hall for worship, which is a free of charge. So I think any church using usual is actually using it as a community asset for worship, free of charge. I don't know if there are charges. I think that's what I will say about it.
Thank you so much. Have your 5 minutes.
Asante. Yeah, I think just to contribute on this, it is true land grabbers are now in this country, not only in Kakuma, but also in other places within this county. It is true, this is very important, especially to our youth. And even in Lodwar, our youth lack play, and that's why sometimes they utilize fields for Catholic Church. And the same applies here in Kakuma. I think what is currently happening here in Kakuma, we have individuals who have tested money for lands. They know there is a vacant land somewhere, they go and sell it without even involving anyone. And is an area MCA. Because currently even the land for the multipurpose youth center, you heard Honorable Peter Imrea mentioning that this land has been encroached. And the same happened to the rescue center. The rescue center land was supposed to be 200 by 200. And what happened? The community encroached. And that's why you see the buildings that are there are squeezed. A girls' dormitory is closed. If you are given the opportunity to serve as an MCA, first of all, what I will do is secure a land for these activities. Because national parks, soon this town will be a municipality. We will lack places to grow flowers, even within the town, not only for playing grounds. So what I will do for these activities, and as I also plan to introduce in the county assembly, because I remember in the first assembly, there was an allocation that was given to each ward to improve on sporting activities. It was roughly like 2 million, if I can remember, 2 million, if I can remember. Use the same, 2 million, if I can remember, 2 million, if I can remember. Use the same. And this one will also reduce the issue of idleness of our youth taking drugs. So they will be involved in sports activities. I think that's what to curb that situation.
Thank you so much. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Asante. Let me emphasize further from what my brothers have just said. The issue of multipurpose hall, we are only protecting it for the community. And for those of you who know what a community project is, a community project is where the residents organize themselves so that they have shipped even to protect it from any person who would want to destroy it. In our case here, we have reasons to charge some fees so that we are able to pay the security guards. Otherwise, if we win, it will be destroyed completely. It has not been taken by anyone. It is called community, and the youth are free to come and mix. On the other hand, the issue of it being private, yes, it's being private because the custodians of the allotment letter, reads the people who are managing it. Otherwise, in terms of usage, it is for everyone. So we need to protect it. It has been a tussle protecting it. The whole where we are now, at one point, was handed over to the youth. You remember what happened? It became a dumping place until the parish came back to own it. That is why it is now the way it is. Land has been allocated for the stadium. It has already been from there. So everywhere it has been encroached, even the school field. was at one point encroached, and I think it was resolved at some point. And how it is even now, you see it is being watched by the nearby river. So our youth, stand up and protect what belongs to us. It's not just a matter of claiming to use it, but protecting is another thing.
You
That
have
is
1
just
minute,
what I wanted
Mheshimiwa.
us to take into consideration.
Thank you so much for clarifying on that. I hope those guys who are watching or any other person who say that that land has been taken, I think you've had
About
it.
the church, sorry.
Yes.
About the church issue. Remember, it is a community thing, and some people came, they just wanted to use it on a Sunday. They used it for some time, and then when they prepared their place, they left. So it's no longer being used
Thank
by
you
the
so
church.
much. Thank you so much. I think that one is on point. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. You have your 5 minutes. And then once you're done with your 5 minutes, concerning on the same, we are giving you 2 minutes for you to give us your parting shot, your president, governor, your MP, and then to the next. So that is 7 minutes, huh? And I'm timing. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you. The youth hall,
yes,
is important. I happen to have several meetings there with various community people. So it has helped the whole of the Kakuma community. The only challenge people, they tend to come to the town side. You know, Kakuma is still a one street. When it will grow or expand, it will mean that the shops along the road up to the hall, whereby our youth can feel. And I saw one thing when I got some youth, we find that that hall doesn't have internet. And we really need to ensure that the internet is there so that our youth can come, as they do for the online jobs that are many online. They can also be busy doing some other things around there. So the issue of going there and they are seeing there is nothing, they feel like it's not beneficial to them, apart from coming and maybe play draft and play the other one at the streets of Kakuma town. Sports is one of the talents that we need to nurture. I remember when we were young, we used to use the called Lifundo. And Lifundo assisted us even health-wise. So if we encourage the sporting activities in Kakuma, it will be something that is good for all of us. Now, for my sake, I want to encourage, we have sporting activities, sporting categories, that is football, rugby, basketball, tennis, and the rest. So that activity is good for your health. It's good for exercising it, as far as, and also it gives us money, because many sporting activities has earned money to many of the people around the globe. Sporting activities, we buy uniforms for them. We look even for glucose. Sometimes when they play, there is fatigue, there is sweating, so such a kind of, and then we buy balls. I happen to buy balls to some of the Comday youth.
You have 1
group.
minute to that 5 minutes.
Okay, and the issue of the coaches are not motivated, most of them. I find them complaining on the same. So as leaders and the community at large, we need to motivate our coaches because they volunteer to do that. For the other 2 minutes, it's about who is your MP, who is your governor, who is your president.
Asked to vote as your president.
Okay, I am voting in for Raila. And I'm voting in for Jeremiah.
Potikan?
Yeah.
Preferred governor?
Yes. And I'm voting in, seriously, for Losike, Turkana West. And I urge members to vote me in as the MCA for Losike and the rest.
Who is your senator?
My senator is our neighbor here, Kalale.
Your women rep?
Remains to be Audan.
Audan. Thank you so much. You are in Kenya Kwanza, right?
Pardon?
Which party?
I am from ANC.
Kenya Kwanza. Okay. Thank you. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. You have your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
This night you to vote for
Honorable kidogo tu. Tafadhalini na waomba, let's give Honorable his 2 minutes, please. Asante. Go on, mheshimiwa.
I encourage you this night to vote for Agwambo Raila Amolo Odinga. Vote for our incoming governor Jeremiah Kamaiz Lomorkai na Potikan Imoni. And then as usual, vote for Patrick Lozike Lokaimon. Lastly, lay your foundation well by voting for Peter Emuria Ekiru. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I understand Honorable Makide is an independent, but I hope he has friends up there trickling all the way down. Who is your preferred president? Or should we leave that for the...
Please leave that. Jeremiah Kamais Lomorkai.
Okay. Who is your preferred MP?
Benjamin Ekwa Mechal.
Your preferred senator?
Pius Ewaton.
Your preferred women rep?
Susan Alete.
Your preferred MCA?
Emanikor Daniel Ekale.
Thank you so much. Karibu sana, your honorable. Who is your president? Your preferred?
John Lodepe Nakara.
Your preferred MP?
Honorable Daniel Lepio.
Preferred senator?
Bendigit Lokomar.
Preferred women rep?
Cecilia Asinyen Ngeti.
MCA ni nani?
Jembit Lolele Karan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, mnaona tumeenda vizuri. 1 minute uombe kura, dakika moja uombe kura. So that means we have 4 minutes in total. Starting from you, your honorable, give you 1 minute uombe kura, and then tukimaliza.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Kakuma resident, oye. Oye. Yeah, before you is James Lolele Karan, seeking for your vote by 9 August 2022. Vote me as an MCA so that I may be able to complete the remaining work that has been caught up by the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Karibu sana honorable. Order tafadhali.
Watu wa Kakuma hamjambo. A scholar by the name Israel Mo Aifo in his book on leadership said the concept of leadership is abused by people who think a person becomes a leader when he grows gray hair. He further went on and said, a young child is a leader to an elderly when his purpose is sincere, trustworthy, and faithful, and he has influence over the people. Watu wa Kakuma, Omakida ni huyu wako mbele yenu. Ile experience yote ya kufanya county assembly, mkiniamini siwezi enda county assembly kubahatisha. Siwezi enda kuitishia miaka ingine 5 ya kwenda kujifunza ofisi ya water iko wapi, ofisi ya public service iko wapi. Nitaenda direct kwa hizo maofisi niombe yote ambayo nyinyi mnataka.
30 seconds mheshimiwa.
Tafadhali mnikumbuke pia kwa maombi. Chama yangu ni chama ya watu na Mungu yao. Ni kijana mwenzangu, mkumbuke pia yeye.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Thank you. This night again, I ask for your votes. Vote for Peter Muria Ekiru. Reliable, honest, with enough experience to manage your resources. Vote for all ODM team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Your Honorable, karibu.
Habari ya asubuhi. It's already morning.
It's already morning, ni saa sita usiku. Tumeingia another day.
I want to
Order tafadhali. Order.
Iko namna hii. I want to say I'm standing in as selfless, someone who has a future as far as Kakuma is concerned, for the 5 basic things. If the 5 basic things are made, then Kakuma is safe. That is water, agriculture, education, youth empowerment, and the issue of One Health. One Health is the issue of buying vehicles, aeroplanes, flying outside, will now come in when the basic needs are met. So I'm in for the basic needs if Kakuma will allow me this coming election. And if all goes well, our Kakuma is supposed to have been the safest and the happiest ward as far as Turkana is concerned. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Now, before you guys leave, I have a special person. Minute. The people who made sure this debate has happened. Them who contacted us for us to come and do this debate. Karibu sana Bwana Jalinga. You're supposed to go to Lodwa, you're resuming your job. Pole, tumekuweka karibu. Salamia watu for a minute. And then we have another announcement. Karibu.
Habari wote. Hamjambo. Mimi nashukuru sana sana. I've traveled all the way from Lokori. Sana. Actually, when we wanted a hall, try to conduct and even to call our stakeholders. Wale watu walisema tutoe shilingi 25,000. Lakini through our elder Chris Rukudi, wesa kuongea na Katoliki wakatupatia na hall na shilingi 5,000. Makovi kwa kanisa la Katoliki. I'm proud of you church. Pili, chacha mtaani, Daktari Logiron. Ako na kazi mingi. Emoriao ngotonga la lodar, kimia katil makatini. Emoriao like the brain at tamang tongozi ateni kidiama maruantano. And that's why tumekuwa for the last of 2 days. Makovi kwa watu chacha mtaani, Daktari. Saa hii tunakesha up to saa 6 all about the country. Wanawatch sisi wanatuangalia live. Na kwa hivyo mimi nawashukuru watu wote wa Kakuma. I think for us through my chairman Kevo, we have done the best kama wasomi wa Turkana West. We have done it. Mtupende, you know, kuna masibio, sorry to say it. Hapa Kakuma wana pesa mingi. Ulafi na roho yao ngumu. Cannot all, you know, they cannot have something like this one. And it's a company wacho uongo. I call even 3 CBOs. Mtusaidie, take this. Our budget was 150,000. Lakini wakaogopa. Mse Mungu akubariki. The little we have handa hakido. Salamia wase. Na hiyo nitasema next time we'll bring a motion 2013 at our ladies. It was again me, Sakaria, and Johnny was it. And we did it well. Now this is now 2022. The other one is coming in 2023 and 2024 because of Love Set, Municipality, another project. Tutaleta. Ana nashukuru nikimalizia ya kuwa ruhusu. I'm traveling to Lokicher this night. I have another big function ambaye hata msee na jambo lake la kanisani kesho asubuhi. Lakini Heshimu wale vile tuliheshimu hawa watu. Shukuru sana my brother Julius upon Peter Mary, my brother, a friend, you know, and then James. Hao ni watu. Ndugu yangu, yule mkiongozi aliyekataa. Yule aliyekataa kujiamini mbele ya watu. It tell us that yes, if you are in the village, you are in the village, cruiser, and you cannot attend a function where even the governor, the senator, the CC, the chief officer, they are watching you. Your colleague or someone who abroad diaspora. Mnakataa. Ndugu yangu, that is the name of Turkana West.
Asante sana. Let me welcome Chairman Turkana West Professional to give us 1 minute, and then we close this live stream. Karibu sana Bwana Ekal.
Okay, I will go by what Nabwini said. Good morning. We have braved it. Thank you for being patient. I will begin by the words of John F. Kennedy, who says, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I want to turn back to our brothers here and appreciate them for coming and showing that you mean well for Kakuma. But even as we have roasted you and you have roasted one another, we need to appreciate what those who have gotten the opportunity have done in the first place. We didn't have water, we now have water. True or false? We probably have many other advantages under this leadership and the contribution that other leaders have done in Turkana West. I blame you. And I know Honorable Oyerot has demonstrated something. I'm not saying you feel he has done better. Let us then remember that we reward where somebody has done the right. The little English I speak is courtesy of say Chris Erkudi. In 1993, I was taken to and I first joined Kawalase Luda Mix. I think this is the moment to say thank you, Uncle, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. Watu wa Kakuma, si mmejionea wenye wako kuja, we know they are watching. Wamejificha mahali wana watch. Wengine wanauliza haishi, hawaendi. Wapigieni makofi. Ikifika forget these 4 individuals. Hawa ndio watu wenye wameamua kuja hapa kukaa na nyinyi, kuambia mambo yenu, nyinyi kuambia maneno yao, na ndio hao hawajakosana. Mbona wakikosana? Si wanakaa pamoja? Nyinyi ndio mnafuatanga vita. We also champion, we also campaigning for election bila noma. We hope whoever will win against the 4 or the 6 or the 10, they will maintain order. Kakuma is bigger than us. Kakuma ndio itakuwa municipality. Tusichapane sababu ya majamaa. Sisi ndio wadosi yao. We are the ones who are giving them employment. Sisi ndio tunawaandika wapate mshahara. Sisi ndio tunafanya wajenge manyumba. Sisi ndio tunawapatia magari. Sisi ndio tunafanya wapande ndege. It is us, not them. And for our leaders, it is we who will make you have a card to go to Aga Khan. It is us who will make you take your kids to the best schools, who will make you grow fat. So tafadhalini, work for us. Mtufanyie kazi na tutawapatia kazi. Asanteni. Daktari, you have a word?
Yes.
As we were supposed to do something, so you will lead us. Thank you.
Very well. Mi naomba wenzangu wa step hapa mbele. Tuamke tu step hapa mbele. Kwanza nataka tufanye ebiyeno iberen mamunyo. Itoani anyuni kokini chai. Si watu wasalimiane. Haya tusalimiane. Tusalimiane. Salimia kila mtu. Itoani anyuni bore kokini chai. Keta muniche. Me bereni ikapatis. Sunaona wenzetu wanasalimiana. Hivyo ndio tunataka wajipange, tupige picha na wao. Tafadhali tuweke picha ya kumbukumbu. Kuja tupige picha kwanza. Hiyo story tutapiga baadaye. Dail unaweza join. Tulieni kwanza, ninataka kuwapatia ujumbe. Nipatie tu dakika moja tumalize picha. Au akienda. Ningependa kuambia kuwa ukitaka kutupata mtandaoni, nenda Chocha TV, like our page. Ukitaka kutuchangia, tuko na namba ya M-Pesa. Sisi tunafanya kazi ya kanisa. Hata ukinunua soda, ile sadaka mnapeleka kanisa, mnaweza tupatia hapo hata ukitoa shilingi 10. Timu yetu ya Chocha. Hapa tuko na tajiri, tuko na CID jeshi. Yeye ndiye amefanya hizi lights zote ziwake, si uinue mkono bosi yangu. Tuko na deputy director, anaitwa Balosi the Icon. Hizo nyang'au zingine sijui zimeingia wapi. Tuko na debate. Watu wa Loima wanatuita, watu wa Turkana East wanatuita. Kwa hivyo hii wiki tutakuwa na busy week. Next weekend tuko na debate, deputy governors na governors. Kwa hivyo tutawapatia nafasi ya kujua viongozi wenu. Mungu awabariki, mulale salama, muwe na siku njema.